heart is a balloon, shoots up through the stony ground. There's no room, no space to rent in this town. You're out of luck, and the reason that you had to care, the traffic is stuck, and you're not moving anywhere. You thought you found a friend to take you out of this place, someone you could lend a hand in return for grace. It's a beautiful day. Sky falls, you feel like it's a beautiful day. So let it get away. You're on the road, but you've got no destination. You're in the mud, in the maze of her imagination. Your love is down, even if that doesn't ring true. You've been all over, and it's been all over you. It's a beautiful day.
Hi, my name is Duncan Card. I'm a technology law partner at Appleby, a leading offshore law firm with offices around the world. I'm based in Appleby's Bermuda office, where I lead our privacy law practice. I've been asked by the Assembly to share my views as to why human resource departments are an essential resource to assist organizations to comply with privacy and data protection law. Long before the GDPR was a twinkle in the eye of the European Union, HR professionals already amassed many decades of experience handling and protecting some very private and confidential employee information. For example, UC Berkeley reported earlier this year that the electronic monitoring of employee activity began about 40 years ago. When that practice began, HR professionals were there, on the front line, sorting out the necessary disclosures, dealing with employee complaints, drafting related contractual consents, and writing the policies for the secure retention of those records. It wasn't long after electronic surveillance began that labor legislation, common law developments, and collective agreements evolved to impose some highly restrictive policy and practice obligations on organizations who use those methods to monitor employees. When those restrictions arrived, it was again the HR department who translated those onerous restrictions into workplace corporate policies and acceptable practices. At the same time, and again long before formal privacy law existed, HR professionals were charged with balancing the rights and interests of employees and organizations when it came to collecting highly sensitive personal information, such as income and benefits, insurance-related health information, banking information, the facts associated with harassment complaints, the results of security clearances, and even employee drug testing. In the face of such confidential information decades ago, HR professionals were at the forefront, developing and implementing and managing many of the very types of restrictive use policies and measures that most privacy laws now require. Sometimes those vanguard policies were written by HR as a matter of existing corporate culture. And sometimes they were written to foster positive employee relations. And sometimes they were written on the advice of legal counsel. For all of those reasons, HR professionals developed experience and expertise to craft highly restrictive policies of limited access and use, secure file retention, and to put it simply, to nurture a workplace privacy culture. Today, the culture of privacy pervades HR-rich organizations. It's said that most of the valuable assets of an organization walk out the door every night, whether it's a real door or a virtual door. And it's primarily the HR department that is tasked by the organization to do its utmost to encourage the return of those valuable assets the next day. Embracing that mandate, HR professionals have worked very hard over decades to win the trust of those valuable assets. An important and effective strategy to build and maintain employee trust has been HR's unwavering commitment to maintaining the confidentiality of extremely personal employee information, some of it highly sensitive. So, as I review the requirements of various privacy laws around the world, including provisions related to what security standards are required, what rights employees have to review their files, or the need for organizations to act reasonably, lawfully, and fairly when protecting the privacy rights of employees, I realize that there isn't much that is new under the privacy and data protection sun that HR professionals haven't already embraced, managed, and integrated into the culture of their organizations. That's why I think human resource departments are any organization's most important partner in the adoption, implementation, and management of privacy law compliance. If your jurisdiction is implementing new or enhanced privacy laws, as Bermuda is now doing, as we prepare for the application of our own Personal Information Protection Act, you'll want to work closely with your HR department to promote both privacy law compliance as well as to promote the cultural integration of those regulatory requirements into the very fabric of your organization. Thank you very much, and enjoy the 45th GPA.
I just want someone to say to me, oh, 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 I'll always be there when you wait. Yeah, you know I like to keep my cheeks dry today. So stay with me and I'll have it made. And I don't understand why I sleep all day. And I start to complain that there's no way.
Good day. I am Tiara Webb, Marketing and Engagement Officer for the Office of the Privacy Commissioner for Bermuda. Our next panel is Financial Services and Data Protection and will be moderated by Ms. Vivian Arts. The panel will explore how the privacy information requirements of financial services can be successfully integrated with privacy and data protection responsibilities. Without further ado, Ms. Arts, please begin when you're ready.
Did you want us to move down? Yep, move down. Are we good? Okay. Super.
Terrific. Well, hello, everyone, and thank you so much for rushing back after lunch. I know that everyone else is going to come pouring in a minute because they, too, cannot wait to hear about financial services and privacy. So thank you. This is a very important topic, not just for individuals globally, but specifically for Bermuda, because a huge part of the Bermudan economy is driven by financial services, particularly the insurance sector. So it's an absolute privilege and a pleasure to be here today to have the opportunity to moderate this panel, which I have put together with Jem Davies, who is Bermudan herself and is the head of compliance and the data protection officer for the UK Bank of England. But she won't be with us in person, unfortunately, but we are going to hear from her nonetheless. So to start today, I'd like to just turn to each of my panelists and say thank you very much for coming a long way to be with us. Some have come a long way and some have come from just down the road. And I'm going to ask each of our panelists to introduce themselves, and then I will do an introduction to our topic today, and then we'll start on our discussion. So can I start with you, Alessandra?
Sure. Let me first of all warmly thank the organizers for this outstanding conference in this beautiful place. My name is Alessandra Pierucci, and I work for the Italian Data Protection Authority, the Garante, in particular the Service for EU and International Matters. And among the different activities that we carry out in that service, I had the privilege to follow the work of the Consultative Committee of Convention 108, which I had the honor to chair for 6 years until last year, and also to coordinate at the European Data Protection Board level the working group on financial matters, which, as you can imagine, deals with data protection in the financial sector. Thank you.
I'm Lori Baker. I work for the Commissioner of Data Protection for the Dubai International Financial Center. Before I was in Dubai, I've worked with Dun & Bradstreet, British Telecom, France Telecom in Europe, in London, and prior to that, for British Telecom in New York. When we're spending a lot of time doing a lot of work in this space, so I'm really looking forward to this panel, and thank you to Vivian and to the organizers for the invitation.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jeffrey Fiella. I'm the VP Head of Legal and Corporate Services at Clarion Bank, one of the local financial institutions here in Bermuda. Part of my role is serving as Data Protection Officer for the organization, and I've been heavily involved in their digital transformation journey as well as developing their privacy program, and we're very much looking forward to PIPA's implementation at the beginning of 2025. So that's a little bit about me.
Great. Thank you, and thank you, Vivian, and the organizers for this, this event and this panel. I'm honored to be with my colleagues here. My name is Tammy Dokken. I most recently completed a 4-year appointment at the World Bank, where I was the first Chief Data Privacy Officer and stood up its first data privacy program and data privacy office. Prior to that, I was Chief Privacy Officer and Data Protection Officer at MoneyGram, an international financial services company, and prior to that with a hospitality company that was global, and then got my wheels as a corporate transactional lawyer.
Good afternoon, I am Karamako Dickens. I'm Bermudian. Welcome everyone to our wonderful island. I am CEO and co-founder of CONSI, which is a local Bermuda consulting company that specializes in technology as well as legislative matters. Prior to becoming an entrepreneur, I worked in the public and private sector, focusing in on digital identity, increasing efficiencies through digitization, as well as making sure that the companies I work for were in compliance with regulations.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, everyone. So today we're going to talk about the intersection of financial services and privacy. And in fact, there's a lot of complementarity between financial services and privacy. Financial services is regarded as one of those sectors where customers are more likely to trust a financial institution with their data than any other institution. Which is terrific. And a lot of that goes to the history of financial services. Financial services, of course, is governed by banking secrecy rules, which vary from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. Financial services understands the importance of confidentiality between the customer relationship and the financial institution. And of course, we have data protection laws as well, which govern the confidentiality and the data rights between an individual and the data controller that processes their information. So it forms a very nice Venn diagram, in a sense, between banking secrecy, confidentiality, and then data protection. We also know that the financial services sector is one of the most innovative and one of the most highly digitized sectors in the world. And it operates on a global basis. So financial services needs to deal with personal data, but also personal data transfers, and the confidentiality of that information is so fundamental to individual trust as well. And financial services, of course, has also been an early adopter of artificial intelligence or machine learning. I prefer machine learning because it's not that intuitive, but we've been using AI for over 20 years as we've digitized the financial services sector. And so very often it feels more like ones and zeros crossing the geographical boundaries rather than banknotes and coins, as the case may be. But what we're seeing is a tremendous innovation and evolution within financial services as we look to digital assets and as we look to central bank digital currencies. So financial services continues to innovate and is becoming much more innovative and digital in this space at a rate of knots. And we're seeing that assets are tokenized, and this isn't just in the future, this is very much now. So the first topic which we're going to touch on today is around digital assets and central bank digital currencies, and look at some of the privacy issues between the two. But a lot of the focus on this panel is going to be looking at how the financial services sector operates in relation to its relationship with customers, its innovation, CBDCs, but also financial crime. And we're going to hear from both practitioners and regulators around how we're seeing cooperation and collaboration so that privacy can be an enabler for better financial services rather than there be a tension between the two. Because the financial services regulation, of course, has grown up in a specific space, and the privacy legislation has grown up beside it. And what we're seeing now, hopefully, is a lot more crossover between the two. So I'm going to just start with CBDCs and digital assets. So earlier this year, the Center for Information Policy Leadership published a paper on what are digital assets and the intersection with privacy. The paper is freely available from the CIPL website, so please feel free to go and download it. We did a lot of work with both our members and experts and regulators, reading their papers and engaging with them to better understand the issues and the intersections, and also to make some recommendations around how we can regulate in future in an innovative way in order to address some of the challenges that digital assets pose for us. So this is a visualization of some of the tensions between blockchain, because digital assets effectively rely on blockchain and some of the data protection principles. So we have the applicability of law and definitions on the privacy side. We have concepts of controllers and processors, for example, but the technology and the way in which blockchain operates doesn't necessarily meet with those traditional concepts in data protection, because what we're seeing is lots and lots of players, each playing an individual role, not necessarily connected, and no obvious controller or processor. And part of the reason why we have those concepts of controller and processor is also about allocating accountability and responsibility. And so there's a real challenge in the blockchain environment around how do we allocate responsibility for data protection in what is effectively a highly distributed and decentralized model. As I said, accountability. Accountability is that ownership of responsibility. And in a blockchain, which is by design a decentralized system where data is not processed centrally or controlled centrally, it gives rise to some real challenges on how do we apply that concept of accountability in that distributed environment. On the privacy side, we're very familiar with the concept of data minimization. But the reality of blockchain is that it is often an append-only and ever-growing network that augments and adds further data in each block. So the blockchain actually duplicates and produces more data as it goes along. And so again, quite challenging to see how we reconcile that with data minimization. In terms of purpose limitation, really important concept on the privacy side. We find that further processing of data as it's placed on the blockchain may not be compatible with the original purpose, and it can be quite difficult, despite smart contracts, to limit the further and other use of data as it goes down the blockchain and is created and appended by others. On data security, we've seen a lot of scandals in relation to data security on some of the platforms out there that have been leveraging blockchain, often because there's no consensus and standardization around the techniques to achieve the right level or the desired level of data security. I personally think that's one of the areas that is going to be much easier to address if we can achieve a level of standardization with regard to data security, but we're not there yet. Confidentiality and government access to data has been an area that we have discussed as well. And the issue there really is that because of the transparency of blockchain, anyone, including governments, can see transactions in a more transparent way than ever before. So it's one thing to have data in an analog sense. It takes time and effort in order to be able to view and review the data. But in the blockchain, it is just so much more transparent and immediately digestible, giving insights perhaps that were not possible before in an economic or timely way. How do we reconcile individual rights in a blockchain when transactions are recorded forever and there is no possibility to delete? I mean, that is one of the features of blockchain, is that fantastic ability to audit because you can see all the transactions all the way down the line. And if there's no single authority to deal with individual rights requests, to whom does that responsibility fall? And then, of course, we have the cross-border data transfer and enforcement issues. So again, like much of financial services more generally, blockchain is international by default. It is borderless by default. And it is, although you might find a legal entity based in a particular jurisdiction, so much of what happens in practice is taking place anywhere within the globe. And so that gives rise to some interesting questions around responsibility there. So that's just a quick overview of some of the areas that are going to need our creative and innovative thought so that we can achieve an outcome-based result that meets the expectations of privacy. But given the nature of the technology, I think we're going to have to be a little bit more creative about how we get there, given the current concepts that we have in data protection legislation. So enough from me on the blockchain, and I'm going to hand over now to Jem Davies, who's joining us virtually, to talk about central bank digital currencies and the recent work that the Bank of England and His Majesty's Treasury have been doing on their consultation in this space, with a specific focus on privacy. Over to Jem.
Welcome all on this Monday, the 16th of October, 2023. Although I cannot be there in person, I am delighted to have the privilege of kickstarting the discussion on central banking, digital currencies, and privacy considerations. I thought it would be quite useful to set some context on the work that's being done by the bank. So the bank and HMT published a consultation paper on the digital pound in February 2023. This paper set out the current and potential future trends in money and payments, why those trends point to a likely need for a digital pound in the future, and invited comments on a proposed model. We've received over 50,000 responses to that consultation and are working through those responses now with the aim of publishing a document discussing them before the end of this year. We have not yet decided on whether to issue the digital pound, but judge that it is likely to be needed. The earliest point at which the digital pound could be launched would be the second half of the decade. Some key features of the digital pound. So the digital pound would be an electronic form of central bank money available to consumers. Like cash, it would be issued by the central bank, i.e. the Bank of England, but unlike cash, it would be digital. We also want central bank money, which is only currently available to the public as cash, to remain useful and accessible in order to anchor confidence and stability in our monetary system. We also want to support innovation in our domestic payment system as more payments become digital. The digital pound would be provided via a public-private partnership named the platform model. Here, the Bank of England would issue the digital pound and then build and run the core digital pound infrastructure, the core ledger. Private sector firms, known as payment interface providers or PIPs, would then be able to integrate into the central digital in the form of wallets, but they would never be in possession of customer funds. So with that context and background in mind, I thought it would be helpful to just outline some headline narratives on privacy. So our view is that the digital pound would be at least as private as commercial bank accounts today. Ensuring that public trust in money remains high is fundamental to our work on the digital pound. Work on data and privacy issues has been led on by both the Bank of England and HMT. A digital pound would be private, but not anonymous. Anonymity is not appropriate because the ability to identify and verify users is necessary to prevent financial crime. So, as with cards and bank accounts today, the digital pound would be privacy protected, but not anonymous. Some basic user identification would be required. Private sector firms would know their customers in order to be able to open a digital pound wallet. They would store and process users' data for anti-fraud and financial crime purposes, and as part of establishing and maintaining their commercial relationships with their users. To be clear, neither the bank nor the government would have access to digital pound users' personal data. PIPs would anonymize personal data before any sharing with the bank, so that there would be no personally identifiable information available on our side. It is crucial that, from the bank's perspective, this data would be anonymized and that the bank would not know the identity of the payer or the payee. As with bank accounts today, law enforcement agencies may need to access digital pound data under limited circumstances prescribed in law and on the same basis as applies to other digital payments today. So, why does the platform model matter for privacy? On this model, end users would interact with PIPs rather than directly with the bank. They could use it to see their balance and instruct payments and transfers of digital pounds. As a result, PIPs would also bear the legal responsibility to conduct any necessary know your customer and anti-money laundering checks. These would not be performed by the bank, as we will not view users' personal data. So, some reasons why we believe that the digital pound cannot be anonymous like cash. Cash, as a physical form of money, has lower amounts of personal data collection than other forms. However, the UK AML and CFT regime dictates that additional information about the payer must be collected for large value transactions made in cash. The digital pound would have lower frictions than physical cash, so carries higher risks of abetting crime. Additionally, international standards implemented by the Financial Action Task Force inhibit financial institutions from keeping anonymous accounts. In keeping with these standards, we have decided that it is not appropriate to allow anonymity for digital pounds. However, like cash, we are exploring ways to allow low values of digital pounds to be spent with lower personal data collection requirements. This could be achieved in a way that is compliant with anti-money laundering and CFT regulation through a tiered privacy system. We have also partnered with MIT Media Lab's digital company to explore technological challenges, trade-offs, and risks in designing a central bank digital currency. This includes exploring privacy-enhancing technologies. So to wrap up, the Bank of England and HMT are now in the design phase, which allows us to plan out exactly how we want the digital pound to be designed. Data and privacy will be a crucial area of focus in this phase of work, including through our collaboration with the private sector. Experimentation and exploration of different technology proposals are helping us to better understand how to design a system that ensures the highest standards of user privacy. Many thanks.
Terrific. Thank you so much, Jem, for that overview. A few takeaways. 50,000 responses just shows the level of business and individual engagement in the prospect of digital money. I know one of my responses is definitely in there. And I like the reference that the digital pound is going to be very similar to current accounts of today, not anonymous, but confidential. And in order to reduce the friction, they're going to align the privacy in a tiered way. So it was terrific to see so much of the privacy being reflected in the consultation there. But while the UK is looking at the digital pound, and there's many other jurisdictions that are looking at digital currencies, the EU has also unveiled plans for a digital euro across the euro member states to be launched potentially as soon as 2027. So Alessandra, can you share with us the proposed privacy approach by the European Central Bank and the challenging issues raised by the introduction of a digital currency in the EU?
Yes, sure. Thank you, Viviane. Indeed, the European Commission in June 2023, 2 years after the launch of a preliminary investigation phase on the digital euro, published a proposal for a legislative framework on a possible digital euro. This important step, of course, has been taken in a worldwide scenario where there is a growing interest towards central bank digital currencies, as we also see from the previous speaker. Just to give you some figures, recent surveys have shown that currently almost 130 countries are engaging in the preparation of a possible digital currency, which is even, let's say, more significant if compared to 2020, when those countries were only 35. Of course, there are remarkable public reasons for the introduction of a central bank digital currency, which can vary a little bit from country to country. And in respect of the European Union, as it has been said and made explicit by the European Central Bank, are very much linked, first of all, to the need to respond to an increasing demand for more secure and trusted payments, but also to provide an anchor of stability to the monetary systems, and also to strengthen the, let's say, monetary sovereignty in the euro area, so facilitating competition and efficiency of the European payment sector, which, as you know, I mean, in terms of digital payment sector, has been dominated largely by private actors. So there are important public interests on the one hand, but also privacy risks, as we have just heard. Just to give you some hints, first of all, central bank digital currencies may provide central banks to, let's say, with unprecedented access to their citizens' financial data, therefore posing significant risks to privacy. Let's say that inappropriate design choices may increase considerably privacy risks, and then we have to consider that the transaction data can reveal very sensitive aspects of a person. Just to give you an example, transaction data could be unlawfully used for credit evaluation or for cross-selling initiatives. And then, of course, we have also the security risks, which are relevant as well, as in respect of CBDC infrastructure. Let's say that the security requirements and expectations are very high and may therefore turn into a significant loss of trust from users. So in this scenario at the European Union level, the European Data Protection Board, which, as you know, encompasses the European Union data protection authorities, but also the EDPS, which is playing a crucial role in the field, engaged in a big effort, including the launch of a dialogue with the European Central Bank, also European Union legislators, to ensure that from a very early stage of the construction of the digital euro, euro, data protection concerns were duly considered. And right after the announcement of the launch of the digital euro at European Union level, the EDPB, for example, adopted a letter to European institutions in June 2021, which was then followed by a contribution to the public consultation launched by the European Commission in the year after, actually, and then published a further statement in October 22, this time in particularly focused on the design choices of the digital euro. And these are all publicly available documents. We can say that in the position expressed by the EDPB so far, there are some crucial messages that we can distinguish. I will start from some political messages, broadly speaking, of course. First of all, that a very high standard of privacy is crucial to reinforce the trust of users and must become a distinctive element in the offering of the digital euro, representing a sort of key factor of the success of this project. And this idea, I would say that it was very much strengthened by the fact that the majority of the respondents to a public consultation launched by the European Commission in 2021 basically highlighted that their major concern was privacy, and that they wanted a digital euro which was respectful for privacy and which can be used offline. What is relevant is that this result could be observed throughout the European Union and in all the categories of respondents, so citizens, payment industry, NGOs, academics. Another, let's say, again, broadly speaking message given by the political message given by the EDPB is that digital euro will have the legal tender status in the European Union at the time of its issuance, which means in regulatory terms that it will be assimilated to banknotes. And that's the message from DPB, that from a data protection point of view, the digital euro should be as much as possible closer to physical cash, which must become a sort of relevant benchmark to strike a balance between the different interests at stake. For example, by considering thresholds, we heard about it before, below which transactions should not be monitored in the AML-CFT context, as is the case for the physical world. Moreover, the EDPB has highlighted that a modality offering offline transactions anonymously, or in the lack of it, at least with a high level of pseudonymization, is necessary to mitigate the risks for rights and freedoms of data subjects. And this is a choice which has been mirrored by the European Commission in its proposal, considering that Article 23 explicitly says that digital euro shall be available for both online and offline digital euro payment transaction. I don't know if I can go on for another minute, so you just stop me if I'm too long. I just wanted to add that there are also some, let's say, methodology messages that have been given by the EDPB, which I think are very relevant. The data protection should not be a purely compliance exercise, but it must really become in the core decision on the establishment of a digital currency, and that appropriate legislative measures should accompany the issuance of a digital currency, because let's say that legislative tools, if of course well conceived, can represent a precious instrument to provide legal certainty in respect of the data process in compliance with the minimization principle, and also to be able to clearly demonstrate the necessity and the proportionality of the data which are processed in this context. Finally, of course, the EDPB gave also some technical messages. I don't think we have the time to go into the details here, but just let me recall the need to prefer schemes where data are tokenized in order to avoid central monitoring of transactions, and, for example, store tokens locally on end-user devices. Just a final word, I promise, on the fact that, of course, the experience at the European Union level of interaction between data protection authorities and EU financial institutions was, I would say, positive. For example, the path towards a legislative approach establishing the digital currencies, which had been recommended by the EDPB, has been followed, which is a very good thing. Of course, it is a legislative process which is susceptible of ameliorations, and this will be exactly the object of an opinion elaborated jointly by the EDPB and the EDPS that will be discussed tomorrow at the EDPB plenary, and on which, of course, I cannot anticipate anything, but I will be happy to discuss about it in the next few days. Thank you.
Super. So we're going to watch the space tomorrow for some interesting news there. And thank you very much for just talking a little bit about the centrality of privacy in the whole discussion around the digital euro. And that is so important to trust. Laurie, can I come to you next? Because you obviously work with the DIFC, and that is a unique model. And it's an independent free zone for financial services. But you've demonstrated a close working relationship between financial services and the privacy regulator, particularly in relation to blockchain developments and the increasing shift to digital financial services. Can you just tell us a little bit about how that works in practice?
Yeah, absolutely. So just a quick history of DIFC. It's Dubai International Financial Center, and we're a free zone, independent, carved out of the sort of federal level of laws and regulations in the UAE. We have a sister jurisdiction. They're sitting in the back, Abu Dhabi Global Markets. So these two free zones were set up for the purposes of instituting common law and sort of more global practices outside of the whole Sharia law framework. And it's been quite successful. We've been around for almost 20 years now and have had a privacy law in place since then, and have done quite a lot of work as well with our other DIFC body, which is the Dubai Financial Services Authority, which is largely modeled on the the FSA, now FCA in the UK as well. So with that as a backdrop, we have kind of moved beyond even financial services and see it largely as a privacy and financial crime prevention model, if you will, under the same compliance umbrella of regulatory compliance. And so we look at monitoring, enforcement, and so on a broader level, and we apply our data protection law to our financial crime prevention requirements and vice versa. So a few of the things, and I was making a few notes as we were talking about, so we do have financial crime prevention and data protection sitting together under that umbrella, even for non-financial services entities. And we also, as I said, work with the DFSA to implement FATF and OECD recommendations around AML, ESR, and economic substance and common reporting standards. So a lot of the privacy issues that underpin that. I've also developed the methodology for the actual implementation of the financial services or financial crime prevention models in the non-financial services side, and work closely with the DFSA on the financial services side. In our data protection law, we spent a lot of time, if you go back for a moment, eventually you don't have to right now, but to the slide that was up about things like accountability, transparency, individual rights, and so on. When we were revamping our law in 2020, we looked at a lot of things that blockchain sort of prevents, and a lot of issues that could occur if we didn't have certain controls in place. One of them being notices. We have a very clear requirement in our law that says if you're going to use some sort of advanced technology that, like blockchain or generative AI or what have you, that prevents data subjects from exercising certain rights, you need to make that a very clear notice up front, and you need to satisfy yourself through a risk assessment that they would actually comprehend and understand that impact on their rights. We also have registers throughout our law. There's a requirement for example, other DFC bodies like the DFSA to maintain a register of exemptions so that it's transparent and they have a bit of accountability built in as well for not simply just saying, well, look, we have financial crime to prevent, so we're going to do whatever we like. We have to maintain this on a register. We have to show where the exemptions have been exercised. And if the Commissioner of Data Protection wishes to inspect that register, they can do so, he can do so. So we've modeled that in, and it's really in particular important given the fact that we have such a huge innovation hub. We have an AI and Web3 campus developing, and we have a lot of tech companies coming through and building really advanced technology that some of these issues will hit directly head on around accountability, around notice, around regulatory remit of the financial services regulator vis-a-vis the financial services related technology that's being built. Another interesting thing that we've done recently, we've implemented, or we've just enacted, and we're in the process of implementing regulations around, we say autonomous and semi-autonomous systems because I agree with you, there's sort of a AI heavy verbiage these days, and it's machine learning, any kind of system that is a complex model like that could potentially take a life of its own perhaps for processing personal data. It's about processing personal data in those systems, and what we've incorporated in there are activation of some of the things in our law. It's implementing regulations of the law around certification schemes, unfair and deceptive practices like the FTC. We've built that into our regulations as well. It activates that notices element. We're going to be testing a lot of the methodology around these things out through a data protection accelerator, hopefully with cooperation of other regulators in the region. We have Article 28 on government data sharing, which again is one of those things where you have the central bank or the DFSA or any other regulator from around the world asking for personal data for financial crime prevention. We've built in an extra article that I don't think exists otherwise in other laws that says, if you do that, again, you have to do additional due diligence. You have to do some additional legwork as a controller handing that data over and satisfy yourself of the fact that you've done a necessity and proportionality test, that you've scoped it out properly. Obviously, if there's some sort of warrant or court order or something that says you're handing over data, then you're handing over data. But to the extent that you can work with that regulator, maybe even getting written assurances is in our law as well. That's something that we've built in to make sure, again, that there's another control in practice on that data sharing. And I'll just mention as well that we also have just recently launched a digital assets consultation, so digital assets law, to kind of revise the law of securities scheme in our jurisdiction. So if you want to give feedback on that, please do. The consultation is on the DIFC website. It's difc.ae. And just reaching out generally to work with other regulators and stay in touch. I mean, that's a control in and of itself, and quite a practical application of what we're trying to build in the DIFC is finding out what others are doing and working with the likes of Jersey, for example, Bermuda, Singapore, staying involved in the World Alliance of International Financial Centers, and just comparing notes and making sure that in practice we are doing what we're meant to be doing.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Laurie. I remember when DIFC was started 20 years ago, and I think you have a unique model in that you started with privacy and financial services regulation at the same time. Yeah. And so yours is a unique model of the two growing up together, and you can see that incredible cooperation and collaboration between the two. Whereas I think in many jurisdictions, the experience of financial institutions has been that the financial services regulation has operated in one silo, and the privacy regulation has operated in a different silo. And even when you use terms like risk-based approach, it means something completely different in financial services than it does in privacy. But the regulatory cooperation is such an important element of that. And I'll just put a shout out in here for the UK, with the Digital Regulators Cooperation Forum, and there was an MOU signed also between the ICO and the FCA in 2019. What we are seeing is that connection cooperation and collaboration between regulators, which is super important. So, Laurie, I mean, you're a case in point, and the DIFC is an excellent example of how it can be done, particularly if you have the opportunity of starting from a blank sheet of paper. But I'm just conscious of time, so I'm going to go to Jeff, to you, because you're a DPO and you're also head of regulatory compliance, and you're advising on the digital transition for a Bermudan bank, so going fully digital, and you're breaking new ground on the intersection of financial services and privacy requirements. So tell me, how do you address what is often seen as the gap between financial services regulators and their need and their requirement for you to know your customer better, to know more about them, and then data protection regulators who are focused on minimizing the amount of data you collect. So, yeah, and to use it, again, only for specific purposes. On the ground, how are you managing that? And do you have any connection or relationship with your regulators in doing so?
So I would say to that last question, absolutely. I think we're lucky in Bermuda to have a regulator like the Bermuda Monetary Authority for Financial Services that recognizes that there is an overlap and that there are complementary ways that you can approach both sides of the fence. So for the local banks and financial services, there's been a lot of focus recently on conduct of business, which I think is a very helpful bridge between the two regimes of sort of prudential regulatory oversight, prevention of financial crime, and then also the data privacy overlay that the privacy commissioner brings to the landscape. And so what I'm finding, certainly in my experience, is that it may have been a bit of a journey to get all of those elements out on the table, but they're now out on the table, and we're using the opportunity to kind of, so with Know Our Customer, it's expanding more outside of the AML sphere, and you're having to look at other things such as certain vulnerabilities and how that can impact the way we're delivering services to our customers. I also think that there's a recognition with the recent publication of a code of conduct for cyber risk management in the operational arena that also recognizes the importance that data security plays in the overall management of privacy rights. And then, of course, there's the intrinsic recognition that personal information itself has a value, not that much different from the cash or the assets that you're obviously holding and managing for your customers and your clients. So certainly one of the challenges is getting the internal buy-in to recognize the value of investing in whether it's technological security solutions or a holistic privacy program that's going to address all of the operational risks as well as the regulatory and reputational risks involved in managing people's personal information, and trying to find ways to harmonize all of those things in a way that makes the customer happy.
So just a quick question. Are you seeing the digital transition as providing you with an opportunity to use technology to bridge some of those divides, or is it creating more challenges in the process?
I think with any significant change in an organization, particularly for financial service institutions, there's a little bit of a learning process on the go. That being said, there are certainly, one of the things that we've worked on over the last few years is improving our digital onboarding process. Mm-hmm. So one of the things that we wanted to achieve was somebody was interested in opening up an account with our bank, and so we wanted to provide them with an online workflow that allowed them to do just that, while also respecting the various obligations we have for the prevention of financial crime, making sure that the sanctions regimes are being respected, and all of these things. And so using the opportunity to recognize the deficiencies and improve our own sort of infrastructure has been a boon, because we're now teed up for the next 10, 20 years of innovation in the space. And we're also sort of on our own journey with the regulator, because there is that that relationship of ebb and flow, or not ebb and flow, but back and forth, to kind of mold the future of privacy in this jurisdiction. I've also seen that there's a recent recognition of the value of personal information and what it needs, that it needs the protection. So that investment argument, that the impact on the bottom line is becoming an increasingly easier argument to make, especially with the advent, and this is a particularly hot topic in Bermuda over the last few years, with fintech and blockchain and digital currencies. And incidentally, digital currencies is something that we're still tackling on this front in Bermuda within the banking system. There are obviously risks associated with that directly conflict with our own regulations, as well as some of our other third-party relationships. The correspondent banks have to be satisfied that we're doing our due diligence, and there's a number of considerations. And so that, I think, is probably where we as a financial services institution in Bermuda are finding the next big gap to cross with the regulator. And I think you address it quite well on that opening slide, the different tensions. Certainly, those all need some kind of wide-scale resolution before we can really allow this blockchain technology and the next sort of, epoch of financial services to really mature.
Terrific. So you've actually got a tangible working relationship with the Financial Conduct Authority and the privacy regulator to help you navigate through those changes. One of the themes that keeps coming up, of course, is AML and CFT. And just a quick overview. As we know, the customer relationship is one where you're constantly looking at anti-money laundering. It doesn't just stop at the onboarding piece, which you referred to, where you have to know your customer, but you need to screen transactions to make sure that there's no fraud involved, to identify and to report those, to analyze your customer base, to understand where the risks may arise, and then, of course, to screen against sanctions. We've seen a huge upsurge in the number of sanctions of legal entities, as well as sanctions of individuals that financial institutions need to focus on. And some of the privacy challenges that we see arising there are determining what is the basis for processing in that space, usually for an obliged entity, which would be a financial institution or real estate agent or accountancy firm. It's an obligation under law, but many of them are also relying on third parties for risk intelligence databases and for outsourcing services and so on and so forth, and that tends to be legitimate interests. There's also the restrictions on the processing of criminal and sensitive data, which are so core to the AML-CFT process, and then international data transfers, both within an organization, peer-to-peer, and also public to private sharing of data. Huge issues there. So Tammy, I wonder if I could turn to you, because you've got extensive experience in that area of, potential challenges and frictions between financial services and privacy legislation, AML, CFT, and can you share with us what you found to be the most challenging area?
Absolutely. So I'm first of all, I think what you're doing in Dubai is amazing, and
thank you.
Wish that we could all do that. The word that keeps coming up is entangled. I think Deirdre used that this morning. There's just this tangle of different ideas and different concepts that the AML laws want to protect and the data privacy laws want to protect. So I'll speak from quite a different perspective from the World Bank and MoneyGram. I'm not representing them, but I'll just speak to my experiences there through humanitarian relief, as well as serving and addressing the financial inclusion problem that we have around the world. So many people are unbanked or underbanked, and there's a very, very real need for services like MoneyGram that provide these peer-to-peer transactions. Many of them are across international borders, and they're done on a non-depository basis. So each transaction is individual, meaning every single time somebody uses MoneyGram, there has to be a KYC process done. And along with the know your customer requirements, there's the record keeping. And then on top of that, and Vivian, you touched on this, there's the reporting of suspicious activity. So those three things are, I don't want to say in conflict, I want to say there's an opportunity there to make sure that we're doing that with an eye toward protecting and furthering data privacy rights. I'll never forget my first week at MoneyGram, and this just illustrates the concept of follow the money, and you'll find the crimes. It was actually my second day there, and my colleagues were celebrating because they had worked through the night with law enforcement to find and capture a fugitive who had escaped police custody, who was wanted for murder. And they tracked him through a transaction of $100 from his grandmother to where he was hiding out in another country. So the smallest of transactions can really make a difference. We also see this in humanitarian aid and the use of digital identification and digital technology, done for very, very appropriate reasons, but it's rife with opportunity also for financial crimes and other crimes against humanity. The other thing I wanted to mention is at MoneyGram, and this is really a boots on the ground observation, it operates with a network of 350,000 agents all over the world. So those agents are the ones who are taking in the identification, matching it to make sure that, yes, this looks like who is presenting it to me, taking in the information on the nature of the transaction, and making that judgment call over, does this seem legitimate? Is this something suspicious? And again, it may not have anything to do with the transaction limits. And then they have a question, do I report this if I think that this feels like it's out of compliance with the AML laws? And then if it does get to MoneyGram, MoneyGram has the same judgment calls. Do we contact law enforcement? Do we contact FinCEN immediately? How do you make those calls? And so what I see is blockchain and digitization and central banking are really moving us along. And again, it's refreshing to hear that colleagues are working with financial regulators as well as data protection, because there's such an opportunity to really tie these together and make sure that the companies on the ground, the organizations who are trying to provide the relief and the banking services are working in tandem with the law enforcement and regulators to make sure that we're making an effort to stop the crime that we're seeing.
And the crime has real impacts in terms of modern slavery, counterfeiting, and things that really touch the consumer personally. And I think it's unfortunate it's called financial crime, because actually it's individual crime. It just happens to come through the network of finances, which touches everyone.
Right. One of my other experiences at MoneyGram did deal with human trafficking and working with the FBI and Interpol to try and break up this human trafficking ring that was so incredibly sophisticated and heartbreaking. So it really is follow the money. And
the data, when you pool it, can give that information and insight to actually get on the front foot, rather than waiting for the crime to happen, is actually to identify the networks and patterns of money flows so you can actually cut it off at source. So anyway, there's so much in that. But Alessandra, I wonder if I could just come back to you, because there's been a lot of work being done at the Council of Europe level with Convention 108, recent guidelines there on AML and CFT. We're seeing a lot of focus at the EU level on that privacy AML CFT, and of course some work being done at the European Data Protection Board. So could you just share your thoughts on how the privacy requirements can better help support the objectives of AML-CFT? Because often the dialogue is around the challenges and the conflict. So tell us about the positive support side.
Thank you, Viviane. Of course, you mentioned different documents coming from different contexts. One, the guidelines on AML and data protection, which were adopted by the Consultative Committee of Convention 108 in June 2023, and then the work of the European Data Protection Board, also in the respect of the proliferation of legislation at EU level on AML and CFT. Different contexts, but I would say with many commonalities, in particular in respect of the need to find a balancing between, of course, the data protection rights and the need for ensure efficient AML and CFT policies. I think that it's quite obvious that operators, obliged entities, better said, which are called upon to comply with AML and CFT obligations are often pushed to collect and process data, sometimes even redundant data, and a sort of just-in-case logic. At the same time, they are also called upon to comply with minimization, necessity, proportionality, with something which obliges them to carefully assess the quantity and quality of data to avoid unnecessary processing and undue risks for individuals. And against this background, with at least apparently, let's say, conflicting objectives, I think that policymakers have a crucial role to play to disambiguate and to remove the legal uncertainties, which are not good at all for data subjects, that's for sure, but for obliged entities either. Just to give you a more concrete example, what a policymaker or a legislator could do in the AML-CFT context would be to define with clarity and precision the general condition governing the lawfulness of the processing by obliged entities, so which legal basis they could rely on, the type of data which are subject to the processing in this context, the data subjects concerned, but also the entities to and the purposes for which personal data may be disclosed, the specification of storage periods which cannot remain undefined, and also the type of personal data which can be provided by third parties. And if I have time, I will go back to that a little bit. So I think that with appropriate, clear, and foreseeable, to say it with the word of the European Court of Human Rights, legal frameworks, legal certainty is ensured, which is an advantage for operators, for data subject, but also for efficiency, because for sure efficiency is better achieved as unnecessary personal data are not susceptible only to create unacceptable forms of discrimination. Think about financial exclusion, for example, or the practice of the risking, which can derive from an imprecise processing, but also to increase errors that really endanger the efficiency of the AML and CFT objectives by all actors, including, by the way, law enforcement authorities, for example. The kind of approach based on the need for consideration of data protection at the very moment AML and CFT policy is conceived was, let's say, very much recommended by the ADPB in a letter of May 2021 to the European commissioners who were already engaged in the revision of the AML CFT rules at EU level, and also in a letter adopted in March 2023, which was about the data sharing. You also mentioned before data sharing among private parties, which also raises several concerns in terms of privacy. And the same kind of concern that obliged entities may have a sort of defensive approach and may collect and process more data that are needed were voiced also by the guidelines of the Consultative Committee of Convention 108. You also mentioned where it was really recommended that obliged entities should use a sort of risk-based approach, which would allow also for the alignment with the proportionality requirement envisaged under data protection requirements, but also to, let's say, impact positively on AML and CFT efficiency. I probably should stop here, I guess. Thank you.
Sorry, we're just tight on time because it's such a rich topic. But it's been really useful to see the engagement now taking place, because financial institutions have for too long felt that they are stuck between two regimes that don't necessarily speak to each other or meet in the middle in the place that they need to. And I would just, one word for me on that is that while we might solve some of those issues satisfactorily on a national level, actually the real key is to sort that out at an international level, because financial services always operates on a cross-border basis, and actually that's where the solutions need to be found. But I'd love to move to just one more topic, which is absolutely key to AML CFT. And Karamoko, if I could come to you. There's been a lot of talk in this increasingly digitized economy about the importance of digital identity, and there's been lots of attempts at digital identity, but are we barking up the wrong tree when we're talking about rolling out centralized digital identity, or should we be talking more about digital verification? And you're a real expert in this space. Can you just help navigate us through, please?
Yeah, sure, I'll try. This is a very complex subject with regards to finance and the intersection with technology and data privacy, et cetera. And there have been numerous attempts at implementing digital identity, and there are numerous challenges. The first one is trust, right? Luckily, the financial industry has that trust already with their customers because they have to provide this information, and everything we do is based off of a financial transaction. But with regards to digital identity, with the challenges there, dealing with trust and also dealing with interoperability and having to work at an international level as well as internal and within a country. Say, for example, within the United States, there are 50 different states. So interoperability is one of the main challenges. On top of that, you have to have standards for interoperability. And the standards for digital identity were built on top of web standards. And those standards were built on top of other standards. So we have standards of standards, which is a challenge because a lot of the folks aren't talking to each other, right? And then these standards are also novel, and how you would need to use that digital identity is novel, which means we would need to move away from how we currently operate, which means new legislative regimes and different buy-ins around the world on how to use digital identity within these different jurisdictions the same way, so that I can travel from here to the United States or to Europe and have the same identity and have it recognized and verified for what I need to be verified for. So if we look at digital identity will be used to perform verification of something, right? But if we look at digital verification, do we need digital identity to perform digital verification, right? So we perform verification now through the confines of, or through what exists, which is actual credentials. We have passports, driver's license, national identity cards, et cetera. And maybe there needs to be a short, medium, and long-term roadmap where we look at how can we use credentials in the digital form to operate similarly to how we are operating right now. And that credential can be issued by a government, it could be issued by someone else. But within that credential, we can hold that credential on our person. That credential is a piece of data which has with whom we wish to share it with, or whom we have shared it with, and how long we want to share it with said verifier. So the different actors in the verification process. We have an issuer, which issues something to a subject, which they hold for verification on their person. And then we have the verifier, in which I go to somewhere and they need to verify that I am who I am for AML and KYC purposes. Right? So we focus more so in the short term on credentialing, then we can actually have verification performed digitally. And in order to perform verification digitally, we also have to perform validation of said credential digitally, because we have to confirm its authenticity and whether or not it was actually issued by a party that has the authority to issue said credential. We really need to be careful around how we talk about identity and how we perform verification, because you have different actors and vendors out now developing the same technology, which is around the use case of identity. They're all going to the same funders to fund them to develop this technology, but we want to make sure identity is, democratized, right? We want to make sure everyone can get it and use this identity, and there isn't a situation where we have the under-identified like we have under banking right now. So from a standpoint of digital credentials, to wrap it up, we can align digital credentials for how we use paper, credentials right now. They can be owned by the subject. I can hold it in my digital wallet. And the credential can be used to verify with some party that I am who I am and I have the authority to be able to perform the actions that I need to perform. The credential itself can confirm its authenticity by validating that credential similarly to your passport now and the protection mechanisms built in within said passport. And if I am a party or a subject and I'm verifying with someone, I can actually place in my credential with whom I want to share it with, what I want to share, and when that consent should actually expire. So I think we should kind of bifurcate the discussion around what do we need now and what's the best path for us to move into a digital world versus trying to reinvent all of it in the short term and going through the chicken and the egg scenario where we're still trying to solve a problem around identity when we just need to verify people for things that they need to perform.
Thank you. It's such a pragmatic approach, and one actually which is highly sympathetic to the privacy principles as well and enables individuals to hold so much more control. Laurie, I'm just going to pass to you quickly. Could you give us some insights from a DIFC perspective, how you're approaching identity verification and also UBOs, ultimate beneficial ownership registers?
I'm glad you asked. We, in DIFC, have a few mechanisms in place, one of them being digital verification and sort of having a set certification policy for identity and using digital verification services to kind of enable that pragmatic approach to identification of UBOs of any sort of shareholders, stakeholders, what have you, in a business setup. One of the other things that we do as well is for UBOs in particular, we have what we call the vault, and it's something that is kind of a break glass only situation where information about people, names, it's just lists of names basically go into a completely private, completely sort of off the grid kind of digital database, and never the twain shall meet. For privacy purposes, we don't want to just sort of publish our UBO record. It can be inspected. Every company is supposed to maintain a UBO register and submit it to the registrar or the commissioner, what have you, on an as-needed basis. But we try to keep that, maintain that sort of sense of security and privacy for our UBO data, not to obfuscate or create some sort of a wall for authorities that are looking for that information or data, but to also be able to respect the privacy of those UBOs. And yes, we'll turn it over if we're meant to turn it over, but it's something that we think helps to enable a little bit more security around that information. I mean, there's some really quite critical information in that database, and we don't want it to be just accessible necessarily to anyone. There's a lot of debate in the UAE right now, I think, as well about having a public register. In that regard, we do have a public register as an organization, and there is a lot of information listed on it. But if you see, for example, a stakeholder listed on the public register, they could be a UBO, they might not be a UBO, you won't necessarily know, but you will know is the important bit. They're a director, they're a shareholder, a stakeholder, or what have you. But when it comes to the source of wealth and funds and whatnot in terms of a UBO, that is protected.
So you're basically navigating an approach where we need the transparency in order to verify the ultimate beneficiary ownership or identity in many cases, but nonetheless, we are also able to incorporate the privacy protections. So there's layers of access depending. And interestingly, of course, every jurisdiction is approaching this in a slightly different way. Some don't even have a UBO register, some do, and it's openly available, and then some do, but obviously there's restricted access. So we're almost at time, because I think our tea break is in 2 minutes. But I have a question for each of you to wrap up today. And you get a choice. So you get to choose. What are you going to answer in 1 minute, less than 1 minute? What do you think is the most significant outstanding challenges that needs to be solved between financial services and privacy today? Or what do you think has been the most impactful achievement of the collaboration between financial and privacy regulators today in the context of financial services? I'm going to start with you, Karamoko, because right at the end, go for it.
Listening today about what's generally about to happen or may happen with CDBCs, it's going to be very interesting to see how they become portable, right? Because currency works offline now, right? And it's, listening to how these things are coming to fruition makes me really want to get an understanding of, all right, well, how are they going to work on and offline? Because, we've been looking at different means of making what we do portable with regards to if you need to verify something, it needs to work on and offline, and we work in an offline world. So how do you prevent double spend, and how do you actually make sure you can verify when you don't have an internet connection? Because we live in these great societies, but some societies around the world, they don't have a constant data connection, or they may not have consistent power. So in order to use these particular tools and digital currencies, we'll need to be able to solve that problem. So hearing that today lets me know that at least we're already working on it.
Fantastic, thank you. Tammy, how about you?
Sure, I think to dovetail on your comments, I think recognizing that there are millions of people in the world who have no identification at all, and as efforts are underway to help provide that digital identification verification through the use of biometrics and other enablers, I think there's a great opportunity to meld data privacy, financial services into one, and make sure that digital identity is available but also protected and not enabling to get that into the hands of bad actors.
Thank you. Jeff.
I'm really interested to see how things will shake out with, you have this, the advent of cryptocurrency and blockchain is transformational, and so you have all these intermediaries in the financial ecosystem that at the moment play a vital role in that KYC and that vetting and that guarding the gates of the financial system. What does that look like post normalization of cryptocurrency, and how do you achieve those public policy initiatives that are currently met or attempting to be met through the existing framework of AML, CFT, and the like, and in a post-crypto world? So I'm really interested to see how that's going to shake out, because I think it's a bit of a stumper.
Yes, theory versus practice. Good point. Laurie.
I'm going to go with the achievement question. And I think it just goes back to the session that we had prior to lunch around regulators learning from and working with each other. And my last point that I made, I failed to mention Gibraltar. Hi, Bradley. We're also working with them and reaching out to other regulators as well. But just within the UAE, for an example, one of the things that the DIFC courts has set up is the Digital Economy Court. And one of the first things that the consultants working on that did was reach out to me to say, who are the privacy experts that we need to weigh in on this particular setup? So, recognizing that we're not operating in silos and we shouldn't, there's a lot of issues that have to be covered, and we're working across regulatory boundaries, if you will, to limit those boundaries and remove them.
Fantastic. I love the focus on the digital economy, because I think that's really where we need to be, is that much more holistic approach. Alessandra.
So both questions, but in 1 minute, I promise.
You're going to do both.
Well, I believe that the most relevant challenge is still to find appropriate space and time for a dialogue between supervisory authorities and financial institutions. That's for sure. It can be very challenging, can be very much in the hands of the data protection authorities to solicit that, to encourage that kind of dialogue, also engaging in a technical conversation to orient the core choices of the financial sector in a privacy-friendly way. I have spoken before about the positive cooperation which took place at the European Union level between the European Data Protection Board and, let's say, the European Commission, but I believe that an equally positive example was also the guidelines you also mentioned on AML and CFT at the Council of Europe level, because they were adopted after an extensive consultation of different actors. actors, including, for example, the Financial Action Task Force Secretariat and the Committee of Experts on Anti-Money Laundering and CFT at the Council of Europe, the so-called Moneyval. And I think that the mutual understanding of the different interests at stake really created a virtuous reasoning on that occasion that made us understand that privacy is definitely also a tool for the achievement of better AML and CFT policies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So thank you to everyone here for your interest and attendance, and also a huge thank you to our speakers. It's been a really interesting discussion. I think what we do know is that the financial services sector continues to evolve in an innovative way in the digital economy, faster potentially than many other sectors. We are making some headway in terms of that, seeing it much more holistically, the collaboration, cooperation between financial services regulators and privacy regulators, so that the financial institutions and the financial services infrastructure, the broader piece, have a lot more certainty and are able to incorporate privacy into the financial services obligations in a seamless way. But the pace of innovation and the nature of innovation is giving rise to some very significant challenges. And we're seeing that particularly with digital currencies, with digital assets, with digital identity. And we need to be much more creative in terms of how we regulate that within the current constructs of both privacy and financial services regulation, so that we can achieve the outcomes of trust and certainty that we're actually seeking. So thank you very much for introducing some of these key concepts to us. We've made some great headway, but there's still a lot to do. But I think the future ahead is bright. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you. Thanks, Vivian.
Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you for this fantastic panel. Please join me in thanking our previous panel speakers. We will now have a 15-minute coffee break downstairs in the Princess Room. Once the lightning talk starts, please return to your seats. Thank you.
Forget all of the tears that you've cried. It's over. It's a new state of mind. Are you coming, my baby? Acid green, aquamarine. The girls are dancing in the sand. And I throw my cellular device in the water. Can you reach me? No, you can't. My cheeks in hot color, overripe peaches. No shirt, no shoes, only my features. My boy behind me, he's taking pictures. He's taking pictures. Lead the boys and girls onto the beaches. Come on, tell you my secrets. I'm kinda like a prettier Jesus. Turn it on in a new kind of bright. It's solar. Come on and let the bliss begin. Blink 3 times when you feel it kicking in. That
can see clearly now, the rain is gone. I can see all obstacles in my way. Gone are the dark clouds that had me blind. It's gonna be a bright, 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 sunshiny day. It's gonna be a bright, bright, sunshiny day. I think I can make it now. The pain is gone. All of the bad feelings have disappeared. Here is that rainbow I've been praying for. It's gonna be a bright, 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 sunshiny day. Look all around, there's nothing but blue sky. Look straight ahead, nothing but blue sky. I can see clearly now, the rain is gone. I can see all obstacles in my way. Gone are the dark clouds that had me blind. It's gonna be a bright, bright, sunshiny day. It's gonna be a bright, bright, sunshiny day. Gonna be a bright, bright, sunshiny day. Oh, what a bright, sunshiny day.
Years and my life is still trying to get up that great big hill of hope for a destination. I realized quickly when I knew I should that the world was made up of this brotherhood of man, for whatever that means. Into a crisis times when I'm lying in bed just to get it all out what's in my head. And I am feeling a little peculiar. And so I wake in the morning and I step outside and I take a deep breath and I get real high and I scream from the top of my lungs, what's going on?
Allegre, and I'm an international human rights lawyer and the author of Freedom to Think. And I want to talk to you today about the idea of neuroprivacy. You're all here in Bermuda this week discussing so many different aspects of privacy and data protection. But one of the areas of increasing concern is the privacy of our brains, as neuroscience and neurotechnology increasingly seek to find out and to change what we're thinking. So what is neuroprivacy, and how is it different from privacy in general? Neuroprivacy is essentially the privacy of the brain. It's about keeping private what happens inside our brain so that our brains cannot be manipulated. But neuroprivacy is not necessarily new. You can think about neuroprivacy as the absolute core of privacy, what privacy is about and the right to private life. And that absolute core of privacy is reflected in the international human right to freedom of thought. We already have an absolute right to privacy inside our own heads. And the right to freedom of thought is one of those rare rights that are protected absolutely in the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights and relevant regional instruments. The right to freedom of thought has two aspects. One is the external right to manifest our thought, whether through expression or through the manifestation of our religious beliefs, for example. But it also has an absolutely protected inner aspect, that right to privacy in the forum internum, an absolute right inside our heads. What does that mean in practice? The right to freedom of thought has three levels of protection. The first is the right to keep our thoughts private. No one can force us or coerce us into revealing what we're thinking. And that extends to making inferences about what we're thinking. The second aspect of the right is the right not to have our thoughts manipulated. And the third aspect of the right is the right not to be penalised for our thoughts alone. When you think about neurotechnology and neuroscience, which may be being developed, for example, to monitor how well we're concentrating on something, or to try to extract our thoughts to understand what we're thinking or how we're feeling, that science may be used, for example, in medical experiments to help people with locked-in syndrome to be able to express their thoughts with an outer world in a consensual way. But they may also be increasingly used in, for example, employment settings to see whether or not people are actively focused on the tasks that they've been given. Or it may be used in political settings, for example, to understand what people's political opinions might be in ways that they may not want to reveal. Understanding what neuroprivacy means in your work means starting to look at what the right to freedom of thought means, how it can be protected. Because privacy is essentially a gateway right. Without privacy, we cannot protect our other human rights. And so I would urge you all to start thinking about how you can use privacy to protect the right to freedom of thought and what that means in your practice.
Good day. Again, I am Siobhan Clark-Gill, Assistant Commissioner of Innovation for the Office of the Privacy Commissioner for Bermuda. Please join me in thanking our previous panel speakers. Our final panel today is looking towards AI and emerging technologies, and will be jointly moderated by Ms. Caitlin Fennessy and Ms. Brenda Long. This panel session will discuss the continued expansion of artificial intelligence systems for an analysis of what DPAs must consider in order to evaluate fair outcomes, along with data protection requirements impacting AI and other emerging technologies. Shortly, we will hear from Ms. Fennessy and Ms. Long.
Hello. Thank you to those of you who are joining us right after lunch. We will shortly be doing a song and dance to keep you all awake and entertained. Thank you for being here. I'm truly honored to have the opportunity with my co-moderator, Brenda, to be here today, and a big thanks from all of us to Commissioner White and his team for the opportunity. So let me begin with a few introductions of this distinguished panel. So to my left is Dr. Abraha, who is a postdoctoral researcher at the Bonavero Institute of Human Rights, working on the project I Manage, Rethinking Employment Law for a World of Algorithmic Management. He researches the impact of AI and algorithmic management on privacy and data protection. And as I move across, you will see that we have a diverse panel in terms of the types of organizations from which each of them hail. And so we are looking forward to a multitude of perspectives here. And to his left, let me introduce Mr. Chi Chang, who serves as General Counsel at OpenAI, where he leads the team that manages legal issues arising from developing and offering large machine learning models. These are, of course, no stranger to any of us: GPT, DALL-E, and ChatGPT, which sparked the imaginations of so many and really put AI governance on our agenda. Prior to his time there, he served as the head of the legal teams for AWS's artificial intelligence, machine learning, and marketplace businesses. And let me introduce Ms. Brenda Leong, my co-moderator, who will introduce the other panelists. Brenda is a partner at Luminos, a boutique law firm uniquely founded by a partnership between lawyers and data scientists, dedicated entirely to developing policies and practices around AI governance. Prior to joining this very unique law firm, Brenda was Senior Counsel and Director of AI and Ethics at the Future of Privacy Forum. And I also love that Brenda herself has had a diverse career with a long tenure in the US Air Force. Brenda, I'll turn to you.
Thanks so much. Let me echo the thanks to Commissioner White and our hosts here in Bermuda. It's been lovely so far. Hopefully I get to enjoy a little more of it other than just the view through the window as the days and the week progress. But thank you all for coming to this very, very obscure topic of AI that hasn't really gotten a lot of attention, but we'll try to clue you in on what's going on with that. So I'd like to finish the introductions of our distinguished panel today. Philippe Dufresne was appointed the Privacy Commissioner of Canada on June 27th, 2022, and he is a leading legal expert on human rights, administrative and constitutional law, and previously served as the law clerk and parliamentary counsel of the House of Commons. Prior to his appointment as the law clerk there in 2015, he was the Canadian Human Rights Commission's Senior General Counsel and responsible for legal services, litigation investigations, mediations, employment equity, and access to information and privacy. He has also been a part-time professor at the University of Ottawa and the Queen's University. And then our final participant today is Guido Scorza, a member of the board of the Guarantor for the Protection of Personal Data. He's an Italian attorney and founding partner of the ELEX law firm. He has also been a legal advisor to the Minister for Innovation and is deputy representative of the Italian government at the GAC, the Government Advisory Board of ICANN, as well as a member of the policy subgroup of the Ad Hoc Committee on the Regulation of Artificial Intelligence of the Council of Europe. And he is also an adjunct professor at the University of Bologna and the University of Roma Tre. And then I'd like to wrap up by introducing my co-moderator, Caitlin Fennessy, is the Vice President and Chief Knowledge Officer at the International Association of Privacy Professionals, where she guides the strategic development of IAPP research, publications, communications, programming, and external affairs. She serves as an inaugural member of the UK International Data Transfers Expert Council on the German Marshall Global Task Force to promote trusted sharing of data and on the Future of Privacy Forum's Advisory Board. Prior to joining IAPP, Caitlin was the Privacy Shield Director at the U.S. International Trade Administration, where she worked on international privacy and cross-border data flow privacy issues. She is also an adjunct professor at the International Privacy Law at the University of Maine School of Law and the University of New Hampshire School of Law. So as you can see, I think we have a really distinguished group of folks here with a lot of knowledge and experience in privacy, as well as some very unique perspectives on the emerging challenges around AI. We're going to sort of trade back and forth in terms of rounds of questions and hopefully get through a lot of really good material for you today. So turn it back over to Caitlin.
Yeah, thank you so much. So we heard a bit earlier today about some of the higher level harms and policy issues surrounding AI, and particularly where they intersect with privacy. And so I think today, or for this panel, we're going to focus a bit more on the issues beyond privacy. So I wanted to kick off with a question to everyone here. Privacy aside, I would love to hear from each of you what you see as the most pressing risk from AI, and what do you see as your organization's contribution to it? And I'm going to take the moderator's prerogative to share my quick thoughts on that question first, and then turn it over to Dr. Abraha. From the IAPP's perspective, the biggest risk that we see right now is that as policymakers around the world coalesce on shared principles and guardrails for AI governance, that they are often, largely, leaving out one critical piece. And from our perspective, that missing piece in the policy conversations is who is going to do the work. When these laws come online, will there be a knowledgeable AI governance workforce to implement them? With the skill sets needed to do so that go far beyond privacy. And I was really cheered earlier today when we heard from Commissioner Slaughter that what she sees as one of the most important pieces is remembering the people. And that is what we see as the solution to this challenge. We learned a lot in the privacy field, I think, where policymakers really did focus from the outset in the GDPR and elsewhere on the people, on putting accountability mechanisms and professionals in place, empowering them, resourcing them, making sure they have the right reporting structures to do this work. And so at IAPP, that is something we are very focused on. At the start of this year, the IAPP, as you may have seen, launched the AI Governance Center. We put in place 20 thought leaders in the field to help guide our efforts to do everything for the AI governance field that we have done for 20 years in privacy. And I can actually report that Brenda sits on that board, as does a representative from OpenAI. We have industry, governments, civil society, and academic leaders represented. And so we have been building the research and the opportunities to gather. We have our first AI governance event in Boston in just a couple weeks. And then importantly, the training and certification to build this knowledgeable workforce. And from our perspective, we don't have the 20 years that we had with privacy to build up tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of professionals to turn policies into practice. We have to move at a pace that aligns with the pace of AI, and that is really quickly. So that is my answer to the question. I would love to hear yours.
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you for inviting me to this wonderful event, and thank you to our hosts and all the organizations. So privacy aside, some of the key or pressing risks of AI, I just want to highlight a couple of them. One, in my point of view, one is the rush to automate everything and anything without proper consultation, without proper debate and public oversight. And part of that question is we have the current debate on policy and regulatory issues focus on how do we mitigate the risks of AI. But what is missing or less discussed is the discussion that what do we want to automate in the first place? What should be automated and what should not be automated? What part of our life or the decision making, especially high-stake decisions, which decisions should be made only by humans, not by machines? And part of that question is, I think we have to step back and ask these basic questions. And part of that question is, who decides what should be automated? Which means whose values are embedded in these decision-making processes and shaping our automation process. So the rush to automate everything without proper oversight, especially for critical decision-making systems, is one of the risks. The second one is the question that are the AI systems actually work the way they claim they work? Some of the research show that there are many AI systems used for high-stake decision-making processes, and they don't do what they claim they would do. They are prone to errors and inaccurate decision-making. So to give you one example, in 2021, journalists at the MIT Technology Review tested two of the commonly used AI systems for hiring. And what they did was to complete that test, they first set up the software, and they upload their fake job posting, and they create an ideal candidate for that post. And the candidate completes the interview and scored high for English competency. And to try it again, the automated interview asks the same question, the AI system asks the same question, but the candidate answered all the questions in German, not in English. And then the candidate received a high score for English competency, even though she was not speaking English. So this shows that it is not fit for purpose. It doesn't do what the AI system claims doing. So this is a simple example, but there are high-stake decision-making systems that actually do not work, and some of the biggest scandals we have seen are because of this kind of systems. Just to add one point, another concern is the concentration of economic power and political power in the hands of few technology companies. And it's not only they own the technology, but also they shape the policy and the regulatory processes and discourse around this technology. So what these companies are doing is whatever they automate, they break down larger tasks, complex tasks into micro tasks, and they outsource to low-skill workers, primarily in the global south. And these workers have no protection at all. And this exacerbates the economic inequality and the precarity of jobs.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate you highlighting kind of each of those elements in turn, and particularly the last one, which I think often is missed in policy discussions. Chi, can I turn to you for your thoughts?
Yeah, sure, and thanks again for everyone for coming and listening to us. I hear this is the last panel of the day, so hopefully we'll make it entertaining before everyone goes and gets a drink. So I think probably the biggest risk that I worry about relates to job displacement and reskilling. So if you think about, and this kind of goes to the risks and benefits that we always talk about for AI, right? The AI systems today can make you a lot more productive in your work. Like there's an MIT study that found that ChatGPT can make white-collar knowledge workers up to 40% more productive. And that comes with a trade-off as well, right? Because if you're 40% more productive, then what happens to that extra time? How is the next generation of people going to learn how to do that profession? And we're seeing this starting in the legal profession even. There are law firms today that are looking at how to use AI in their workflows. And it's generally a very useful thing, I think, right? It's helping junior associates with tasks that are very mundane and involve a lot of drudgery. And it can automate a lot of things like helping summarize documents or creating closing checklists or things like that aren't really a huge value add. But they're worrying about how are we going to train the next generation of legal leaders if we don't need as large of a pipeline of associates. And so that entire model is going to have to be rethought. And that applies not just to the legal industry, but to any industry that can benefit from AI, right? OpenAI ourselves, we've done studies that we think that there's a potential that 80% of jobs could be improved by AI, and which means it will have some impact on productivity, which means it will have some impact on labor markets there. And that's not something that industry can solve ourselves. It's something that we think about very hard. It's not something that government can solve by itself either. So it's going to take a very organized, collaborative discussion and coalition of government and industry and academia and civil society to tackle those challenges.
Thank you very much, and I think we'll also go a bit deeper as we go along on some of the kind of unique risks that AI presents, not only to those displaced, but to those using it. Commissioner.
Thank you so much, and thank you to the Bermuda Authority, Commissioner White and his team, to the INAI as the GPA Secretariat. What a great conference, and thank you to the IAPP for this panel. It's really a privilege and an honor to be here. I was, in preparing for this, I was looking at the materials in the schedule, and I saw the great motto for the DPA of Bermuda, Commissioner White's office, and I don't know if you noticed the motto that's there, which is quo data ferunt. And I studied Latin for a few years when I was younger. And so I inquired into that, and it is whither data will take us, so wherever data takes us. And that's a play on the motto of Bermuda, which isn't featured when we see the coat of arms, but normally it's written under the coat of arms, and that is quo fata ferunt, and that's from Book 5 of Virgil's Aeneid, and it is wherever the fates will take us, whatever will be every fortune, misfortune can be overcome by perseverance. And so it connotes the ability to respond to changing weather, fate, and fortune, and with dogged perseverance in any circumstance. So I think it's very appropriate. And I also learned that the insurance industry is one of the, if not the biggest industry in Bermuda, which is very interesting because that industry certainly must respond and guard against fate and the outcomes. But it's also very relevant, this motto, I thought, to our reflection on dealing with the fast-changing and fast-evolving technologies in our world, including AI and generative AI. So, and it's also a reminder that with effort and working together, we can face these challenges. And so, to the question, what are the harms that I see aside from privacy? Well, first, I find that it's difficult to completely separate privacy from AI when we're discussing of it, even if we're looking at purely at risks. There's a recent OECD report prepared for the 2023 Japanese G7 presidency and the G7 Digital and Tech Working Group ministers that did a survey of the G7 countries, and they listed as the top concerns for AI, according to the G7 ministers, threats to privacy was one of the top 3 risks in that list, alongside disinformation, manipulation, intellectual property rights infringement, and also in 4th place, exacerbating bias and discrimination. So those are risks. I would certainly take that point that these are, with privacy, other types of risk that we have to be mindful of. And certainly, both on a professional level and a personal level, I am very attuned to the risks of disinformation and manipulation. I was the top lawyer for our legislative branch in Canada, so threats to democracy and making sure that citizens have information that they need, that they can trust it, that they can trust what they read online, what they get in terms of video and image, certainly something we need to think of. And also, as was mentioned, I have a long background and career as a human rights leader and litigator, so certainly the issue of bias, exacerbating bias, existing power imbalances is something that we need to think about, especially about particularly vulnerable groups such as children. So those things certainly top of mind, but also overall, and that's linked to both exacerbation of bias and disinformation or risks about that or bad uses, is the notion of a potential erosion of trust in society generally and in citizens generally, that they can become fearful of Gen AI itself, but also just generally the information that they get online, and they start questioning things. So I think that is something to be mindful of in the short term and in the medium term. And in terms of what my organization is doing about this, what I am doing as a DPA, and what I think we all should be doing, is thinking of how can we communicate to our citizens the protections that exist, the institutions that exist, because that brings reassurance and that dispels some of the myth. And we've heard some of those discussions this morning about the fact that it is not a law-free zone. And that's why my G7 colleagues and I issued a statement last June highlighting that as one of the key messages. The current laws apply, whether it's data privacy laws, whether it's human rights law, whether it's competition. So there is a regime, there are institutions, and I think we can do more in trying to explain that. Because it's one thing to explain it to a specialized audience like this one, but how do we explain that to citizens generally? And so the promotion work, I think, will become very, very important in that space. When we have policies of government that are dealing with AI harms, just to bring this message to highlight, well, we're putting in new procedures, perhaps voluntary codes of practice, perhaps new legislation to deal with harms in a more proactive way, but reminding that there are some norms that exist, there are some solid institutions that are there to provide remedy and recourse, and also showing that those institutions work well together and they work in collaboration, because we see that these are fields where it's not only in the pure privacy side or the pure human rights side. So there's a lot of a need for this cross-regulatory collaboration. We've created a forum in Canada where we're exchanging more directly with competition, broadcasting, privacy regulators. We'll be potentially adding more. So I think that is an important role to continue to play as all of us. I've made some of my investigations in this field public. That's one of the reasons, so that citizens can see, okay, there are processes and they provide protection, whether a complaint is upheld or not, but there is a process. It's not all on citizens to address this. So those are some of the things that we're doing. I will be in front of my Parliament the Thursday of this week to give my recommendations on the proposed modernization of Canadian private sector privacy law, which has a component to deal with AI and the potential bias and other types of harms, and also pushing very much for significant algorithmic transparency. I think if we want to ensure that citizens understand what's going on, transparency is a key part of that. And how do we do that in a way that's user-friendly and responsive? So I will stop there, but these are some of the things that we're doing to address this issue.
Thank you. I love in particular your reference to dogged perseverance to describe privacy professionals. I can't think of a better term, but amidst that, you so rightfully point out that this really is a whole new landscape that goes far beyond privacy, that despite the dogged perseverance and impressive skills of privacy professionals, we have a lot to learn. Commissioner Scorza, let me turn to you.
Thank you for the invitation. Thank you to Alexander for organizing this event. That's a very challenging panel because we are, and we know, the last obstacle between our audience and beautiful Bermuda. Then we will try to do the only things that I think people like, to finish in a very, very short time. Let me be very, very honest. I will use some notes because I'm an Italian lawyer, then I risk to speak for 2 hours. I think that here the most pressing risk, honestly speaking, is that we didn't identify the most pressing risk, and probably we aren't able yet to identify the most pressing risk, simply because, in my opinion, artificial intelligence is the most pervasive and the most disruptive technology that we know for us. Then we hadn't the time. I think that we need to be honest. We hadn't the time to reflect about the impact of artificial intelligence on our society. We need more time, but we haven't, because of course, as always in the past with the technology innovation, technology progress, innovation doesn't wait to be studied, doesn't wait to be examined. We can say innovation doesn't wait, and I imagine we will speak about that to be regulated. Then, in my opinion, I think that as data protection authorities, we need to invest more and more time and energy in trying to study the phenomenon and in educating people at the life with artificial intelligence. Because at the end, we can discuss today, tomorrow, and after tomorrow, but that's the future that await for us. We will live with artificial intelligence. In particular, I think that we need to explain people the risk of using artificial intelligence in an incorrect way. And also to explain to people the risk that we face when we use personal data to train algorithm, or when algorithm take decision or support simply humans to take decision. I speak only about the risk, not because I can't see many opportunities around artificial intelligence, but simply because I'm pretty sure that informing people about the extraordinary opportunities about artificial intelligence is something for the market and for the business, and I'm sure that companies, they will be able to inform people about the opportunities in the best way possible. Then, in my opinion, we need to rebalance the information and to speak also about the risk. To be very, very clear, I'm not worried at all about artificial intelligence, but I literally be terrified by artificial intelligence in the hands of billions of people that doesn't know the power of the artificial intelligence. And I think that it's a matter of fact that today we are investing more in training algorithms to know humans than in educating humans to train algorithms. And that's, in my opinion, the major problem that's we have. And here, I think that we need, as data protection authorities, to avoid the major risk. And the risk that I can see is that the market become an enormous laboratory to test, to experiment artificial intelligence, and that then people, users, become lab rats in these enormous laboratories. I think that companies have the duty to test, to examine, to experiment, to evaluate the impact of any artificial intelligence solution on society before to launch a new service, before to open a new platform, before to invite billions of people of using a new tool of artificial intelligence. In this very particular race, in my opinion, doesn't win who runs faster. Will win the first who will be able to find a solution to do business with artificial intelligence, respecting fundamental rights, starting from privacy, and probably using artificial intelligence to increase human rights, fundamental rights, and privacy. That's the challenge that I can see. Not the first, but the one who will find the best solution to do business while preserving privacy and others' human rights.
Well, thank you. And I really particularly liked how you kicked that off with the sentiment that, you know, we haven't seen it yet. We haven't seen it all, and reminding us all to approach this with an open mind and approach the way we govern it with that awareness that there's still a lot left to come. Brenda, let me give you the last word on this one.
I will try to keep it somewhat brief. I have 5 children. 2 of them are millennials and 3 of them are Gen Z. And so I use them as my own little extremely randomized focus group when I need to do research for things like this. And in interacting and talking with them, as they are all major users of technology and platforms and services and now, you know, AI, whether they know it or not, I was sort of asking them what they thought about this. And I think the variety of the answers I got, and then when I combined that with my interactions with people as a partner in my firm, when I'm talking with people at client organizations, companies, corporations who are using AI, is just the complete diversity of understanding or lack of understanding about AI, what it is and what it can do. And this goes so far in both directions, both the overestimating and the underestimating of where it exists, how it operates, and what the impact is. And I feel like I spend, you know, a tremendous part of my time just trying to sort of equalize that level of understanding, the playing field. I know many of the people in this room are lawyers. As a lawyer, one of the foundational things of any conversation or discussion or law is to set the definitions of the terms that you're going to be using so that you're all operating from sort of a common baseline. And of course, in interpreting the laws that are going to be passed and the regulations we're going to have, assigning scope and depth and breadth to certain terms and to what technology is covered and how. And right now, there is just so much variety. And I see trying to reach some kind of commonality of understanding, some kind of consistency of boundaries and standards, even before we decide what metrics to use or how to measure those, is really one of those threshold questions that we're really facing now. As Caitlin pointed out, we have had decades, literally, to sort of face these challenges in the privacy sector, as, again, the people in this room are very well aware. And it feels like we have about 5 minutes right now to address this for AI and figure out what are the boundaries, what are the ground rules, what are the areas in which we're going to operate to try to control these technologies across every possible industry in our world and in our society. There's a trend on the newer platform Threads right now where everybody is posting a thread saying, "Dear algorithm, please send me people who," and then listing a list of characteristics that is their common hobbies, interests, preferences, whatever it may be. And I mean, literally, you can't go on Threads right now without seeing these variety of posts. And these are just from all people of all types. These are not technology people or lawyers or anything particularly affiliated with AI. And so I think it's just really interesting to see that perspective of what people think AI is and how they think they can influence or how they expect it to interact with them, and then how we can sort of explain, hopefully explain to them and to regulators and to their staffs and to the other people that have the power to say these laws, what that is, what that can be, and how we should really put comprehensive controls around that. So, ready for the next question? Okay. So now that we've heard privacy aside, what are some of the concerns? We'll flip it back. It's a privacy event. And we know that privacy officers are increasingly being called on to understand the risks of these systems and to find the ways to address them. So particularly for Dr. Braha and Chi, if you were somehow miraculously given access to a room full of people who were involved in privacy regulation, and that were to be available to you, what would you tell them from your individual perspectives is what you think about the best way that DPAs could identify and address the risks around new AI applications?
Well, maybe I'll start. Okay. Thank you. This is a great question. I mean, there are different ways to identify risks. I know it's not easy, but I just want to highlight 2 steps that DPS should do, and a couple of common excuses that they may get from the AI industry or from the companies. So the first one they have to do is they have to identify the AI systems they use in their respective jurisdictions, especially for high-stake decision making. So this is a kind of mapping exercise. For example, what are the AI systems that have more than 1,000 users in your jurisdiction? What are the AI hiring tools used in Bermuda, for example? What kind of decisions they do, and what type of data do they process? So this is a kind of mapping exercise, so they have a picture. The second step is straightforward. They have to exercise their regulatory functions and auditing functions. They have to request the companies and ask to demonstrate that they comply with the applicable law. It is not the responsibility of the DPA, it's the responsibility of the companies to identify the risks and demonstrate that they comply with existing laws and they have a mitigating strategy in place. So once they exercising this, especially for example in the GDPR, it's required by law that companies who identify high risk and if they cannot mitigate it, they have to consult the DPA. And DPS now, they have to evaluate that how often they have been consulted by companies who run AI systems. And while exercising this regulatory function, they may encounter some of the common excuses from companies. One of the excuses is that AI is different. This is not entirely true, it's a lie. AI is it's not completely different. It has its own unique aspects, but this is not an excuse not to comply with existing regulatory systems. AI is not exempt from data protection, for example, as long as it involves processing personal data. And as we know, most AI systems function by scraping a massive amount of personal data. So in fact, data protection law is the fundamental part of AI regulation. Data protection is AI regulation, so we should have proper data protection in place, and they have to demonstrate this. The second excuse is that AI is black box, that they cannot understand how it works, and it's difficult for the company to demonstrate compliance. I think DPS should also reject this kind of claims. At least they have to challenge, because black box AI is a design choice, and this design choice serves the interest of the company. If a company decides to use an AI system for a specific purpose, it has to make sure it complies with existing rules. So it's complicated, and opaque should not be an excuse. If it truly cannot be understood, they should not be used in the first place to make high-risk decision processes. The last one is, the last common excuse is that the company may say the AI system they use is developed and controlled by a third-party vendor. This is particularly common in the employment context, where employers use monitoring and surveillance systems deployed and controlled by third-party vendors, and this should also be rejected. If a company decided to use a specific AI system for a specific purpose, they have to take a responsibility, no matter who developed it.
Thank you so much. One of the founding partners of my firm is a data scientist, and I think if he had been in this room when you said the words black box is a design choice, he would have literally stood up and cheered, because he gets so tired of that being used as a sort of get out of jail free card. And as a data scientist, he's like, it doesn't have to be that way, or it doesn't have to be that way in the way that people mean it, or try to use it at least. So thank you for that. Chi.
Yeah, I think the most useful thing here is collaborative and frank and productive engagement on both sides. So in speaking with a lot of different policymakers about AI, a common theme that I hear is reflected on what you guys have been saying, which is most government officials don't actually want to deal with the regulation during the hype cycle. They would rather wait and see how things shake out, but they feel like they can't do that. They can't stop and wait, because either they're concerned that the technology is progressing too quickly, or they're hearing from their constituents that they're afraid or they're not sure what's going on. And so you see that theme across a lot of areas. And then on the flip side, from an industry perspective, we don't think we should be the ones deciding kind of democratic values of AI systems and how they should be input and how they should be run. To your point, like it shouldn't be a industry-only thing. It should be something that we are all trying to figure out together. And so OpenAI has done a lot of things in this area. So for example, we've called for regulation, like the way we engage with regulators and policymakers is, I think, a little bit different than traditional technology companies. We've also, we've created industry groups to try to kind of convey our concerns around AI safety and other risks. And then, so every conversation that we've had with government, I find the most productive ones are the ones where both sides understand that, hey, we're trying to work towards a common goal here, which is useful, beneficial AI systems that help people, trying to figure out jointly how to mitigate those risks. What are those risks and how to mitigate them, right? If you look at the technological progression over the last year in AI, like things are moving extremely quickly, right? Next year's systems, I'm guessing, will make ChatGPT seem extremely, right, like very old and antiquated, and the ones after that will be even more advanced, and so on. And so that's moving very quickly. I think so. This model of kind of open, transparent, educated dialogue and engagement, I think, is the most useful way for regulators and industry to interact.
We definitely see that from a lot of the firms that we work with as clients, that they're coming to us with the sort of good faith of, we understand these systems have risk, we use them, we're people, they affect us and our families and our society as well, and how do we work forward on this collaboratively? How do we work productively to reach either best practices or regulatory outcomes or whatever?
Thank you. So I want to take those comments and now turn to our regulators. Effectively 4 reactions there. I saw some nods of agreement in some respects while each of you were speaking. In some respects saying things that are a bit opposed. One, that regulators don't necessarily want to regulate during the hype cycle, but also kind of seeing nods of agreement that the privacy issues really are at the core of regulating AI governance, and I know that both of your offices have launched investigations. Commissioner Scores, I want to turn to you first. Yours was the most public. What unique enforcement challenges do you see related to AI governance? And feel free to weigh in on what you've heard here.
Yeah, I think we probably don't know for now which could be the unique challenge waiting for us tomorrow. And when I say tomorrow, I literally means tomorrow, because things changing very, very fastly. Anyway, I think that one of the most important challenge we face is to find a balance between the promotion and protection of privacy right and the need to guarantee the regular technological innovation. I mean, the natural technological progress. And I think it's a very, very huge challenge. Here, I believe that the most important thing is to remember always that when we speak about the right to privacy and about the right to innovate, at the end, we speak about two different fundamental rights. And I think that here we must to avoid to propose any form of antagonism between two fundamental rights. I think it could be incorrect in legal terms because in Europe for sure, but probably all over the world, we have tyrannic rights. Then we need always balancing between different rights. And I think also it's something that we can avoid because it could be dangerous. It could be dangerous because we need to recognize that people like more innovation than privacy. And they prefer the first to the second. Yeah, we have not a regular panel because we are crazy of privacy. We are inside the room in Bermuda. Then I can test here my thesis, of course. But if you ask to normal people, you prefer innovation or privacy, the answer is obviously. Then I think that we need to avoid to put privacy against innovation. And we always need to work to guarantee innovation while preserving privacy. That's something also for data protection authorities. We are the data protection authority, but we need to preserve the privacy good reputation, I can say, around the world. And I think that's something that we can do. I'm very, very optimistic. The balancing algorithm says that we can compress any right, including privacy right, in the minimum measure necessary to guarantee the exercise of another rights, the rights of innovation, for instance. Then, in my opinion, for instance, the simple risk of a privacy violation can stop the innovation, but at the same time, innovation couldn't be made derogating privacy regulation. Also when, and I think it could be the case with artificial intelligence, also when privacy regulation is not completely updated. But in any case, dura lex sed lex, as said my ancient Roman people, without any exceptions. Then, otherwise, the risk is that innovation could become the way to compromise our democratic system, because technology could become itself a form of regulation, but a form of regulation not coming from democratic institutions, but coming from tech lab, from private sector, and then a regulation adopted not in the name of the public humans' well-being, but in the name of private interest, and that's a very important difference. If something doesn't work in the privacy regulation in force, it's possible, of course. We need to try to modify the rules as soon as possible with a very, very open and multi-stakeholder approach, but respecting a democratic mechanism and not ignoring or try to forcing the rules. I know that's very, very difficult, isn't easy, but I think that's the challenge we face, and I think that all of us, we know very well that living in democracy isn't easy by definition.
No, I love that. It makes me think our guiding principle has to remain privacy in service of society and innovation in service of society. Commissioner, let me turn to you.
Thank you. I think I would echo a lot of what my colleague has said, but I think to me the issue in this particular space is the disconnect between the speed at which technology is advancing and developing. You're talking about next year's version, the year after that, these exponential increases. And by contrast, the legislative process is quite slow, I think, in most democratic societies. And so you have this disconnect where you have pressure on legislators to catch up legislatively very quickly, which is not necessarily usually optimal for the legislative process, and a real paradox, because these things are so momentous and important and will have an impact on our society for decades to come. You would think you want to spend a lot of time and make sure you're getting it right in terms of that legislative process, but at the same time, you have that pressure to catch up, which is why I think it's important to identify where is the urgency really? Are there laws that apply, and how are they applying? And what are the things that really have to happen quickly? Are there things that can happen through regulation or guidance? Is there flexibility in the system that you can use and build on? Making sure that we can then adopt those laws and have them future-proof and technology neutral but responsive to the challenges that we have. I think the other tension also in terms of timing is the proactive prevention of privacy harms in the AI space or elsewhere, and then the reaction to it through complaints. And so I think that the more we can create incentives, legal and economical and reputational, to doing all of those verifications at the front end before the launch of products, the better. We're calling, this week I will be calling on our Parliament to put mandatory privacy impact assessments before the fact for AI systems, because that discipline and that review, and I think it was mentioned that a lot of the skills and the reasoning that has been built up in this community in terms of privacy impact assessment are very useful and very applicable in assessing other types of risk, other types of AI. We talk about algorithmic impact assessment and so on. Well, at the end of the day, it's a lot of the same basic exercise of diligence in identifying the risk, identifying the mitigation section, and putting the value that you're protecting, whether it's privacy, whether it's equality, whether it's fairness, you put that as a top of mind consideration. It's not something that, oh, it's a nice to have thing once we've developed it. No, this is part of the core value, and I agree that it's up to society and up to democracies to say, this is what we stand for as a society, including privacy as a fundamental right, and so it needs to be top of mind. We wouldn't think of building a super fast plane by neglecting safety, by neglecting pre-departure checks. We wouldn't say, well, it's so innovative and it's so efficient and it's such a game changer that, you know what, we're prepared to sacrifice that. No, we're not. So this is going to be making it maybe a little bit slower for takeoff, but it's essential and it's part of who we are. So I think at the same time, you'll have the need for those after-the-fact complaints. And I do believe that having the ability to issue orders or to have fines is important because it provides the incentives to the top decision makers in organizations. But I would hope to see those as a last recourse and really see those focusing the mind so that we have prevention before the fact instead of reaction after the fact. And so these are some of the things that I'll be focusing on. And having, again, the other risk is perhaps the overlap, that it's not all privacy, there's other regulators involved. I think we need to work together. I don't think we should be paralyzed by saying, well, until we've appointed this new structure, we can't move forward. That's not true. We have a lot of structures in place. There may be gaps. We should fill those gaps, but in the meantime, we have a lot of tools at our disposal. We need to use them. We need to use them well, and we need to use them visibly and publicly so that, again, our societies can see that the systems are there.
And I like so much that you point out to the impact assessments. We published research showing that in over 40% of the cases, organizations standing up AI governance programs were leveraging privacy impact assessments to do AI impact assessments. So this room is obviously well suited to help your organizations in doing these pre-takeoff checks. Looking at the time, we may only have time for one more question. So Brenda, I'm going to let you kick that off.
On that note, I was going to suggest maybe we skip the next to all question and go to the last set of targeted questions, just because our next question was going to be about regulation, and we've kind of talked about that a little bit already. Is everybody okay if we jump to that? Do you want to kick it off then with the?
Sure. I'll kick off. And we wanted to talk a little bit about really what organizations, what you think organizations can do in terms of the most impactful steps they can take now to implement AI responsibly while we wait for new laws to come online. And so I'm going to turn to each of you to speak to that question. Shi, maybe I'll turn to you first on this one. Certainly, OpenAI has been at the forefront, and so what do you see as some of the most impactful steps we can take now?
Yeah, sure. So I think of it in two different levels, and one is kind of like strategic direction of the company and how you're using AI, and the other is a little bit more tactical. So if you think about strategically, what are you actually using AI technologies for? And it's something that we internally at OpenAI think a lot about, which is incentives. And what is the company's incentives? What are they trying to do? What are they trying to get done, with or without technology, right? And if your business model is a certain thing, then you're going to use AI in service of that business model, whatever it is. And so this was something that our founders, the OpenAI founders, kept in mind several years ago when they first started the company. So our company is actually it's run by a nonprofit, and they had a very specific mission, which was not to create the most advanced AI. It wasn't to sell the most AI, technology to people. It was to make sure that AI benefits all of humanity. And so the decisions that we make and the choices that we make are all geared towards that purpose. And I think hopefully why we have a better and more unique relationship with government agencies, where we're saying, hey, in order to do this right, we have to all work together. It's not just industry rushing forward to try to maximize profits. And so we do that, and we take a number of steps tactically to make sure that we're fulfilling that mission, to make sure that all of humanity benefits from AI. So we do, for example, a lot of testing of our models. We publish very detailed reports about the risks and problems. We get attacked a lot for these reports, by the way. And so because people say, why are you doing these things if you are aware of all these potential issues that could come up? And the answer is, we think, and in discussing with policymakers and others, we think this is still extremely valuable, and it is being borne out by the fact that people are using these tools to increase productivity and connect with people and do all the good things that they're capable of. And so, but we also take all these additional steps, right? We do this testing, we publish reports, we've entered into these voluntary commitments in consultation with the US government and other labs. We're participating in the UK AI Safety Summit in a month, and just a lot of different steps to the point about making sure that it's not just a Silicon Valley company's values reflected in AI systems. We use input from around the world in training these systems. We also have put out calls for proposals on how democratic values can be imbued in AI. We've gotten a lot of really interesting proposals there that we're going to start working on and discussing with governments and kind of incorporating into our development processes. And so there's a lot of different steps that we're taking, and any organization thinking about this needs to take in terms of like, where are you going with this? What's your end goal? What are the things that you're doing in order to make sure that human values and humanity is at the forefront of technology rather than the other way around?
So I'm going to ask a really quick follow-up, because you pointed out right at the outset there that incentives matter and structure matters. And I'm wondering to what extent you feel you've been able to maintain that mission focused as you've partnered with private sector organizations. And I think many of the companies in the room are private sector themselves. And so, your lesson in maintaining those values could be useful. Any additional thoughts there?
Yeah, I mean, it's about, like everything else we've talked on this panel, it's a hard balance, right? Because we started out as purely a nonprofit many years ago, discovered after a few years that it's actually very hard to raise the funds needed to build useful systems as a nonprofit. And so we had to partner with investors and strategic investors like Microsoft and so on. And so, but we were very, very careful, and every time we had this conversation to make it clear that what we care about is that mission and not maximizing the amount of money that goes to us or to you. Like, we limit the amount of money that our investors can make, we limit the amount of money that our employees can make, and that does help us kind of think through things at a more, I think at a different level than a lot of companies. And so, if you look at our investment docs, and we posted this online, the very first line of our investment doc for potential investors says, you will probably lose all of your money. You should consider this a donation. Like, our mission is to go help make sure AI benefits humanity, not to make the most money. And you have to understand that. That's like the first disclaimer that anyone sees. And so, we've been fortunate to generally find partners that are aligned with that. There's always, tension and friction and struggles working with different companies. But I think that fundamental incentive alignment is very important for how we operate, and I think helps imbue us with a sense of purpose that's beyond trying to sell the most AI to people.
Thank you. I really appreciate that follow-up, and I think it kind of points us all to the need for leadership buy-in from the start and throughout. And let me turn to you. What is the most impactful thing organizations can do now?
Well, I will highlight one in the interest of time. So organizations should engage affected communities and individuals affected by AI systems. That's the first thing they have to do. This inclusive approach ensures that AI deployment and development is sensitive of the affected societies and individuals. And I'll give you an example. Maybe some of you are aware of the news coming from the United States that the biggest strike against AI by Hollywood actors and writers. There are so many issues around that, but the main concern was about AI. It's that the writers and actors are afraid of being displaced by AI, so job displacement. So they have been negotiating and striking for almost 5 months. And then after 5 months, they achieved what is sometimes considered as the biggest achievement or victory against AI. They agreed, they unanimously approved the agreement signed by their union leaders. And what that contract says is that AI cannot be used to write or rewrite script, or any AI-generated content cannot be considered a source material. So now we have the biggest collective agreement in the world about AI. And this kind of protest is not an isolated incident. It resonates with resistance around the world about AI, especially in the platform economy, that platform workers have no legal, institutional, and technological support, and they realize that the existing systems do not support them, and they started to find out new and unique ways to push back against algorithmic control, discrimination, everything. And they are creating solidarity around the world. It's not in one country, in many, many countries. So the first thing organizations should do is they have to listen to this kind of growing frustration. They have to listen and consider the lived experiences, the concerns and fears of the communities that are actually impacted by the AI system.
Thank you so much. Reach out and listen, get multi-stakeholder views. That is good advice for all of us. Brenda, the last question.
Okay, so we're going to turn back to the commissioners here for our last question and wrap up. We've spent a lot of time, and we all spend a lot of time, talking about the challenges and the harms and the concerns around AI, and of course, rightfully so. But as we head into this last question, I'd like to offer that we should focus for a minute on how to also maximize the benefits that we see from AI. It is certainly a regulator's job to protect or impose penalties for the harms that have been identified, but it's also part of the role to ensure that people receive full value and benefits from the systems that are available and the opportunities that those provide. We do know that AI can be used to identify existing bias in human systems, which got us to this point today. And the fact that we have all that biased data is because the human systems were biased, and that AI can actually help us identify and equalize for that in some cases. It can certainly improve accessibility for diverse communities, for people with physical or mental conditions that benefit from greater access or options for accommodations. And it can certainly provide very detailed analysis of complex topics beyond anything that we've been able to do in the past, whether those are environmental issues or other related sorts of things. Given all that, I would like to ask the commissioners now, Commissioner Dufresne, I'll start with you. What do you see are the biggest opportunities offered by AI, and how can regulatory schemes contribute to maximizing those benefits?
Thank you. Well, I'll go back to the source I used at the beginning to identify risks, and the OECD report in September, when it was highlighting privacy and copyright and disinformation, also identified the benefits and the top gains. And those were productivity gains. We've talked about that, the 40% statistic I had also heard. And I find that interesting because you highlight that that could be a gain, it could be a challenge too in terms of jobs and so on. But I think that can also potentially be, and I'm thinking about the legal profession where I'm from, is the risk perhaps to volumes and amount of work, but that can be also translated into the type of work that you end up doing, maybe more leadership work, judgment work, values work. And so maybe we're going to be developing a next generation of not just lawyers, but leaders around the world where you're going to be focusing and training those reflexes of perhaps management, leadership, values, ethics, and so on with using that productivity gain from AI. The second was promoting innovation and entrepreneurship. The third was improving healthcare. The fourth was helping solve the climate crisis. So obviously, key societal gains that we absolutely need to be working on, and the more help we can have, the better. So those are absolutely important and good uses that should be encouraged. What can we do as regulators? I think that we can. When I talk about privacy, and I always talk about privacy as being about privacy as a fundamental right, privacy as supporting the public interest, and privacy as accelerating trust for citizens. And I think as DPAs, we can bring those three value propositions to organizations working with us to show that, look, if you do a PIA, if you're consulting with us, if you're seen to be consulting with us, if you're participating in our sandbox, or you're following our guidance, or you're part of certification programs, well, you have somehow demonstrated that you're trying to reach this fundamental right protection, that the public interest and privacy are not obstacles, that they can and must coexist, and that generates trust. So I think that working with industry, trying to help put these incentives. You talked about incentives earlier, and I'm a huge believer of incentives. I try to look at privacy issues not just from my standpoint as the regulator, the privacy commissioner, but also as the chief executive officer of my organization, as an employer, as a decision maker who has to comply. So how do you incentivize decisions at the most senior levels? Well, you do that by rewarding the good behavior and by not rewarding the bad behavior. So as DPAs, I think we should be highlighting good practices, giving awards, recognition, finding ways not just to be calling out through complaints or orders the bad behavior, but the good behavior, so that we can encourage that and generate trust. And when we're making decisions, sometimes finding breaches and flaws, that we do it in a constructive way that highlights what went wrong, what could be done in the future, what are the expectations. One of the inputs that was received by the OECD, by industry and by lawyers and by privacy professionals was that it was a hard sell sometimes to their boards and to the CEOs in terms of investing lots of resources in privacy programs or certification programs if you couldn't show the returns on that investment at the end. So one of the tools, and that is proposed in Bill C-27 in Canada, is certification programs which would have a legal effect at the end of the day. So if you're part of that and you respect that, well, that influences how the regulator is going to treat a complaint that it may get against you down the line. Maybe the complaint's going to be dismissed, or maybe there will be no fines because you have shown that due diligence. So I think working together with those incentives, of course, we have a role to play to protect and promote, and sometimes that role includes dealing with complaints, and that becomes a more formal process. But working together to generate that trust and to highlight the coexistence of privacy, obviously human rights and equality with innovation and a strong economy is key, and that's certainly something that I'll continue to do.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that perspective on the challenges and the identified impacts can be both from the what is it costing us, but also from the what is it gaining us, and figuring out ways to sort of get the benefit of one and hopefully mitigate or ameliorate the problems from the other. So, and I think there's probably no one who wouldn't be thrilled to find ways to regulate with the impact that generates trust, valid and credible trust in these systems. So if we can do that, I think we would all be winners in that regard. So Commissioner Scorza, I will turn to you for the final word on that. What are the opportunities you see that are offered by AI, and the regulatory schemes that you think would contribute to maximizing them?
Let me share very important information with our audience. The countdown.
You have a couple minutes. It's okay. You've got what you need.
We are finishing. That's for sure.
We want to hear your thoughts.
I think we first need to define what means benefits. What means that a new technology, artificial intelligence, today produces benefits for society. And in my view, we can say that a new technology produces benefit for society if it increases the human well-being. And we can't increase the human well-being not respecting human rights, not respecting privacy. Then I think that the best that we as Data Protection Authority we can do to maximize the artificial intelligence benefits for society is simply to do our duty. Promoting and protecting privacy rights, assuring that the market, the industry in the field of artificial intelligence avoid any kind of sacrifice of dignity, any kind of sacrifice of humanity, any kind of sacrifice of fundamental rights in the name of business and money. Nothing more and nothing less.
Thank you so much. I think that is actually the best possible wrap-up we could have had, given that Caitlin started by quoting Commissioner Slaughter from this morning, saying how at the heart of it all is people, and we need to remember that as our focus as professionals, privacy, AI, regulators and lawyers and practitioners, and then to wrap up with that very sincere reminder that at the end of the day, it's about making society better, it's about making people's lives better, and it's not about the machines, but about the machines and what they can do for us and to make that all better. So I would like to thank all of our participants today. This has been a great discussion. I hope that you have all enjoyed it as well. It was a pleasure to work with you and with Caitlin as my co-moderator. And so thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear Alex, I'm honored to provide you with a short but intense lightning talk today. My talk is rooted in a shared understanding, one that Commissioner White embodies and promotes, and which guides his work. That is the concept of ethics as our true north. For several years now, I have worked to develop the world's first systematic and auditable framework for ethical and socially responsible data processing, the Maastricht University Data Protection as a Corporate Social Responsibility Framework. But why is that necessary, you may ask, when the GDPR is known as the world's most complete data protection legislation? Why don't we push for better enforcement, an overhaul of the law, make DPAs more accountable? The truth is, the law alone is not enough. The time has come for us to acknowledge that regulation itself, and more generally, mere legal compliance, cannot sufficiently protect the fundamental rights and freedoms that we uphold, especially in the European Union. The law is not enough to adequately mitigate the risks presented by new technologies and the economic models that tend to degrade the democratic systems in the exploitation of data. There is instead a need for an approach to data protection that can be considered ethical, exposing value-based models in the development of a newly virtuous form of social responsibility that goes beyond what is prescribed by the data protection law. This concept has been confirmed by the European Data Protection Supervisor, the European Commission, and the Council of Europe, among others. It has also been recognized by the DPAs across the world that have supported the DPCR framework. The regulatory gap left by data protection legislation can be filled, and the black boxes that drive the digital economy brought to light by fostering a socially responsible business culture around the use of data. Such an approach incentivizes effective respect for fundamental rights and freedoms of individuals on the part of companies, and it is coherent, cohesive, and complementary to the new and forthcoming data and cybersecurity related legislation, which aim at protecting and sharing data in full respect to the fundamental rights and freedoms that typically characterize a democratic society. We are triggering a virtuous competition on data protection between companies by fostering an environment that identifies and promotes data protection and data security as an asset. In turn, this asset can be used to help companies to further their economic targets in a sustainable way. To this end, the Maastricht University Data Protection as a Corporate Social Responsibility Framework, the so-called DPCSR framework, advances initiatives for lawful, ethical, transparent, fair, and secure data processing to the advantage of both users and organizations. This new dimension or perspective of data protection goes beyond legal compliance, embodying ethics as its true north. It fundamentally transforms data protection into a new form of corporate social responsibility and brings with it implications for the wider ESG movement. In this way, data protection as a corporate social responsibility serves both the public and the organization that abides by internationally relevant principles that foster increased trust. On the 6th of September, just a week ago, nearly 40 individuals, representative of large organizations, supervisory authorities, and intergovernmental organizations, gathered in Maastricht at the Chateau Nercan, where the Maastricht Treaty was signed, to sign the Digital Pact for Privacy and Cybersecurity as Social Responsibilities, confirming their agreement with the concept that privacy and cybersecurity are indeed to be regarded as socially responsibilities, as opposed to mere compliance obligations. The pact recognizes that privacy and cybersecurity are essential components of a healthy and respectful digital society and economy, and that in our digital world, characterized by the deployment of artificial intelligence, compliance with the law is not enough to genuinely safeguard the fundamental rights and freedoms of individuals. For this reason, organizations processing personal data must commit to do good with data, or at the very least, to not harm individuals as a result of processing their data. And with that, let us all go north. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have one final panel, the Future of Privacy Forum program, which is going to be here right now. The speakers are getting mic'd, and our topic is a critical one. We just heard about AI and LLMs and generative AI, and of course they've all been trained on publicly available data that is personal. What legal basis is there, isn't there? What laws are there or aren't there for whether it's researchers or whether it's companies or others to use the personal data that is being collected by these models? So we've got a number of leading data protection regulators from around the world. This issue seems to be novel and new, but of course those of you who work in data protection for years have been dealing with this issue for quite a long time. Obviously, in many regimes, there are privacy protections whether or not the data has been made public or not. And so whether or not we have a fatal flaw here that will bring all the excitement down, or whether or not data protection law actually provides a structure for certain kinds of uses or not, I think is the million, billion, maybe trillion-dollar question, which we're going to geek out and get into in just a couple of seconds. So please do join us, and we should be ready in about 60 seconds as our data protection leaders from Mexico and South Africa and Belgium and, who did I leave out? And Norway give us a quick world tour of how the law in their data protection jurisdiction applies.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you again to our previous panelists and all of our panelists today. It's been a fantastic day of discussions, and I've really enjoyed it, so I hope you've had as much fun as I have. But we do have one more session this afternoon, a side event hosted by the Future of Privacy Forum, and so I am very pleased to introduce the first side event of the 45th Global Privacy Assembly, conveniently located right here on the main stage. Before I do so, I wanted to make one quick announcement, and that is if you got one of those translation packs downstairs, would you please return it at the end of the day, and you can check out another one tomorrow morning. Our team will be releasing these packs as early as 8 o'clock before our start time tomorrow, which is 8:30 a.m. So, as Jules just mentioned, our topic here for this panel is the issue of publicly accessible data. And this is a critical issue for our global community to consider, whether that data is collected and used by manual means or by automated means. So I am delighted to turn things over to Gabriela Zanfir Fortuna to lead this conversation. Thank you very much, Gabriela.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. I think we're still waiting for two of our speakers, and here they are. Yes.
He's not the speaker.
We started in a bit of non-traditional way because we wanted to make sure we still have you in the room, that you're aware. No? How do I? Oh, sorry. Okay, perfect. Well, thank you very much for staying with us in the room. We know you were promised the last panel was the last panel, so this is the surprise panel. But I think it will be a conversation that rounds up very, very nicely a lot of the things that we've heard about today throughout the program of the conference. And one of the things we've heard about was how so many issues around AI are not actually that new under the sun. There are topics that data protection and privacy, the privacy community has been looking at for sometimes even 50 years now, right? Depending on how from when we start the history of data protection law. So it is absolutely my pleasure and honor to bring this extraordinary panel of experts from around the world, truly, to discuss one of the key, very specific issues that are so relevant in this day and age, and that's the protection of publicly available personal data. We know that it is the source of many of the AI models being trained, and we also know that even if it's public, this data is not truly free for all. So please allow me to introduce our panel of speakers. Immediately next to me, we have Tobias Judin, the head of the International Department of the Norwegian Data Protection Authority. Thank you so much for joining us, Toby. Then we have Hilke Heijmans, who is currently the president of the Litigation Chamber and member executive board of the Belgian Data Protection Authority. Thank you so much for joining us, Hilke. We also have today with us a President Commissioner, Blanca Lilia Ibarra from the INAI in Mexico.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for joining us. And we have Commissioner Pansy Tlakula from South African Personal Data Protection Authority. Thank you very much for joining us. And then, of course, Jules Polonetsky, the Chief Executive Officer of the Future of Privacy Forum and my boss. Very important. So we were thinking to start off the conversation by asking the question of what is it truly new about what we are seeing today when it comes to publicly available personal data and collecting it from the internet? What is it truly new? Have we encountered this same issue when we were dealing with search engines, for example? How did data protection law deal with online search? And what lessons can we learn from that? So perhaps, Toby, I will start with you.
Okay, that's fair. Am I mic'd up? Yes. Okay, that's good. So I would say that many of the issues we're encountering are not necessarily new. Certainly, the legal framework is not at all new, right? So actually, under most jurisdictions, it appears that publicly available data, publicly accessible data, they are indeed subject to the safeguards of data protection regulation. What is perhaps particularly interesting is that now publicly available data are being used to train AI models, right? I think that is maybe a new use case. But we have seen for quite some time, as you also referenced, Gabriela, that publicly available data is not open to use as you would please. There are certain safeguards that need to be in place, and you need to have, obviously, a legal basis. Now, what we have been looking at recently in the GPA's International Enforcement Working Group is data scraping, which is the systematic collection of publicly available data for various purposes. And this could be authorized or unauthorized. And you might say that, for example, in the case of search engines, that is legitimate under certain, let's say, under certain conditions. So, for example, yes, in the EU and in Europe, search engines can, in fact, index information, but they need to respect it if data subjects have a valid reason to object to it. So, for example, it could be that the information is outdated, it could be that the information is incorrect, defamatory, or that simply the individual's right to data protection outweighs the interest in making that information available in a search engine, which is fine. But then you have AI models, and these models are trained on those data. And then if there's later an issue with the data, then what do you do? Because the model has already been trained with the data, and you cannot simply remove that one individual piece of personal data that it was trained on. You won't actually be able to retrieve it from the model itself, but you know that somehow, most likely, it continues to live on within the model. So this is certainly one aspect, which is quite new. But over the last few years, we have also seen a number of, we would say, data breaches pertaining to data scraping. And this is more the unauthorized, very clearly unauthorized use of it. So for example, many of you may perhaps remember there was a case regarding Facebook in 2021, where I think there was a database of 530 million people's personal data being traded on the internet, and there were accusations made that these data were collected or stolen from Facebook. What had actually happened is that someone had very cleverly used a contact importer that Meta offered to its users, whereby you could find your contacts on Facebook, and you could actually also sync your contact list with Facebook information. And what had happened is that some people had then kind of used this in order to just upload a vast number of phone numbers to Facebook, and then getting back the publicly accessible information from their Facebook profiles. So that could be obviously full name, it could be phone number, it could be other contact details, it could be other pieces of information from their profile. And this was being used for very unexpected purposes. And again, you know, this is subject to data protection law. So what the International Enforcement Working Group of the GPA did on the 24th of August this year is that we actually issued a public statement on this, on data scraping, specifically, just pointing out the fact that this is subject to data protection law, and you have to have measures in place to prevent, to detect, and to respond to unauthorized data scraping. And this was actually also sent to a number of the largest platforms in this sphere. So a lot of the big tech companies, and we have actually received responses from them as well, at least most of them, outlining how they are working to specifically prevent, detect, and respond to unauthorized data scraping.
Thank you so much for this overview. Thank you for this overview, and I was wondering whether anyone else among the panel would like to weigh in. I know Jules certainly has some thoughts about what is old and what is new in this debate. But first we will go to Hilke.
Well, I don't want to be first if Jules wants to go, but I would say that the use of publicly available information has always been part of data protection law. For initially, I think for a good reason, the why reason for me is important, because also for publicly available information, there's a need for control by the individual. When I look back to the European jurisdiction, the European Court of Justice already 15 years ago had a Finnish case which it dealt with, was about the use of taxation data. In Finland, taxation data are publicly available, but it's not available to exploit these data by putting it by making commercial use of this information, because people are not expecting this and should not expect this. There is a right to have certain control over your data, and that means, for instance, that you can expect that data which is available on the internet is not be used for commercial purposes, for whatever purposes at all. Second reason, apart from control, and I think that's also looking back to the case law of the Court of Justice, but also more in general, is the aspect of the risks of using publicly available information. That's, of course, enormously much more apparent in the time of AI, but also long before we talked about AI, we talked about profiling, for instance. Profiling is, if you think about the reason why people need to be protected or need protection or want protection, at least, is the fact that you don't wish to be profiled on basis of information which is everywhere available. If you look at the case law of the Court of Justice, it's even the main reason why the Court of Justice, in its number of cases in the 2010s, let's say, emphasized constantly that the risk of profiling is the reason why data protection has such a big importance. The right to data protection, the right to privacy. So that's changing. That But that's also not new. Of course, now we come in a new era where we have to deal with AI, with training data, with all the elements which have been alluded by Tobias. But I think it's important to keep in mind that what we do is not new, and the discussion about data protection covering publicly available information is not new at all, and it's a crucial element of what we are doing, basically, as a starting statement.
Thank you so much, Hilke, for this comment. And you brought up the Court of Justice of the EU case from 15 years ago already, looking at how the directive was applying to publicly available personal data. And this reminds me of what we've heard earlier today from Kashmir Hill about the Clearview AI case and how images scraped online were core of that. But see, we were able, relying on the GDPR in the EU, to have decisions of data protection authorities against Clearview AI, and this part of it, the training on publicly available personal data and unlawfulness, the lack of a lawful ground for processing, was part of that. Jules, did you want to weigh in on the what is old and what is new question when we're looking at publicly available personal data?
Well, clearly a lot of this is already, I'd say, reasonably settled case law in jurisdictions that have privacy protections for public data. We've had data brokers who've collected data and used it maybe for anti-fraud, maybe for marketing, and there's case law and restrictions on this. We have the well-known search decision where we've got, the ECJ in the end of the day determining that, yes, of course, data protection rights are applicable in terms of deletion and so on and so forth, but that there is a substantial interest for, internet users in their data being used to provide search results. So, and we've got machine learning, which didn't just exist today or yesterday. The databases that have been put together, many of them that have been used for the leading LLMs were put together by not-for-profits that wanted an alternative to only the biggest web engines and crawlers having an access to a database of the entire web. And so I think we're eager to see how this particular use is assessed as a particular risk that might go too far or might not go too far. I suspect we'll see conclusions that that training a model is indeed in a certain interest, but that you indeed have rights to suppress data or to take any other actions against it. In the US, it's a bit more complicated a situation. People probably saw during the whole right to be forgotten debate, sort of the US folks all saying, oh, First Amendment, First Amendment. But even there, it's quite complicated. We've got a long range of court cases that have considered access to data to be part of speech. You have to know information in order to speak. And so we've seen courts skeptical when restricting access to data, even requiring that maybe you identify yourself as a hurdle that you might need to bypass. But yet supporting it when it's narrow and focused. Well, we don't want youth to access porn sites and so forth, when it's been tailored appropriately. Earlier today, you heard some discussion of the recent case in California that struck down, at least in this point of the process, the law intending to require youth-appropriate sites. And Claudia Berg, who was moderating, said, well, was it really all First Amendment, or was the law crafted a bit awkwardly? And it is indeed perhaps the case that if the law was crafted maybe a bit more narrowly tailored, it might or might not survive that scrutiny. But we definitely come with a strong default view. Even the ACLU, who are typically very strong privacy advocates, but very strong First Amendment advocates, typically will oppose laws that have privacy restrictions applied to public data because they see it as in the necessary public interest. There's even a very well-known case where the ACLU and one of their partners was scraping data to look for tenants who were being subject to eviction procedures and who maybe didn't even know or didn't know who to turn to. And these advocates would use this data to then reach out to the tenant and say, do you need legal counsel? You know, we want to help you. And so they brought a case against the state, I think it was South Carolina, which didn't like this scraping and tried to restrict it. And they prevailed in court because it was indeed their right to seek this information. So we've seen the current set of federal proposals and some of the state laws try to nuance this. The ones that have tried to be careful have just excluded public data. So many of the state proposals and some of the federal proposals, although they're proposing to provide broad protections for data, have very clearly said data that's been made public is excluded because they don't want to get caught by this First Amendment risk. Others have tried to be a bit more nuanced, and they've said, well, if the data was expressly made public by the individual, that's one thing. But if it's been made public maybe without your direction or without your knowledge, or maybe the government made it public because it's in a filing of homeowners or others, then not. And those are likely where we'll see some court challenges, but a little bit more of a challenge because of the broad First Amendment protection and the challenge of tailoring appropriately. The last thing I'll mention is we had a very prominent Supreme Court case, IMS Health, a company that uses medical data, and particularly had a business model, one of its lines, around what kinds of prescriptions do doctors prescribe. So that pharma company said, well, hey, this doctor never prescribes any of our medicine. Let's go educate them about why they should be aware. And so their database of prescriptions, but not your prescription, but what collectively particular doctors, are they big or small prescribers of certain medications, the court found that a law that targeted that use, that sort of marketing use, was too tailored to prevent a certain kind of speech. Even though it was sort of a commercial speech, a law that was crafted to say, no, this data could be available, maybe for research or all sorts of other purposes, but not for marketing in this manner, was struck down as unconstitutional. So we've got maybe we're a bit of an outlier, although it might be the case that some other jurisdictions, also don't have this particular restriction, but see a strong public interest in the data being available, therefore making it legitimate or having other legal basis.
Absolutely, and in fact, this is one of the tensions that we were about to go into, the tension between the public interest in having access to personal information as well, if not information overall, and the privacy protection imperatives. And two of our commissioners here on the panel are in fact wearing two hats. They're also commissioners that have to protect openness and freedom of information within their jurisdictions, while at the same time, they're the privacy protection commissioners. So President Commissioner Ibarra, if I may turn to you now, and also flagging for our audience that you might want to use the device, the translation device, if possible. What is your experience having to balance your two mandates to protect personal information, but at the same time ensure that the public has access to specific information that might be personal as well?
Muchas gracias. En efecto, las agencias que protegemos datos personales, como es el caso de México, tenemos que atender el equilibrio que representa, por un lado, la apertura de la información pública que tiene un interés genuino y legítimo de la sociedad en general, y por otro lado, la debida protección de los datos personales. Y en ese sentido estamos hablando entonces de dos caras de una misma moneda, donde existe, como ya lo señala, una tensión natural entre entregar y abrir la información que está contenida en aquellas bases de datos, aquellos documentos que manejan los gobiernos o las instituciones públicas y aquello que tiene interés el ciudadano de conocer. En el caso particular, y tiene que ver naturalmente con las legislaciones de cada país, en el caso de México, por ejemplo, Yo quiero hablar de la prueba de interés público que realizamos y que practicamos cuando enfrentamos alguna, digamos, solicitud de información, alguna negativa para entregar esa información, o bien cuando existe inconformidad por la información que se entregó de manera incompleta. Lo que hacemos no solamente, por un lado, se trata de ponderar aquello que debe de ser público mediante la prueba de interés público que se hace y donde se practica una ponderación y se advierte que, por un lado, ciertamente está la libertad de información, el derecho para que se pueda conocer la información que corresponde al ámbito público, y por otro lado está la debida protección de los datos personales. En ese sentido, bueno, pues se determina, por un lado, la pertinencia que tiene el divulgarse esa información, y por otro lado, si debe de prevalecer, digamos, cerrado y no entregarse esos datos personales que muchas veces pueden corresponder a empresas o a personas físicas, como nosotros llamamos, que tuvieron algún tipo de negocios o alguna, digamos, interlocución en el gobierno. Es importante aquí poder considerar que lo ideal es que siempre exista un consentimiento informado. No obstante ello, estimamos que siempre habrá que hacer esa ponderación y debida valoración entre lo que debe de ser público y el menor daño que se puede causar cuando se entrega información de carácter personal.
I just want to note that the AI-powered live translate, for those who don't have headsets, actually did a very nice job creating a live transcription of your comments.
Thank you.
So there is some value to this AI stuff.
Oh, great.
Thank you for that, Jules. And I'm hearing a lot from the President Commissioner's comments, how important the balancing act in between that public interest in having access to specific data, while at the same time protecting against harm if you're giving access to specific personal data is so important. And you were talking about how we're looking at the two faces of the same coin.
Yeah.
So that's, thank you for those comments. Commissioner Tlakula, how is the situation in South Africa in the sense of, we know that the data protection law is not that old, POPIA. At the same time, it provides protections for publicly available personal data. And also, please do comment on that duality in between public interest in access to information and protecting the privacy of information.
Okay, thank you very much for having me on this panel. As you have correctly pointed out, our organization, the Information Regulator, is a relatively new organization. And we also have a dual mandate like Mexico, which is data protection and access to information. And the law specifically states that as we promote and protect the right to privacy, we must always balance it against the free flow of information and other rights, including freedom of expression. So we always have to do that balancing act. And maybe what is new, I want to start with what is new and what is old. Of course, data protection authorities and ours as well, we are correctly concerned with the observance of the right to privacy and data protection in relation to publicly available personal information and personal information that has been deliberately made public. I'll talk about that. And I think the flip side, what we're beginning to see on the continent is the movement for for intermediaries to make information public for the public good, for development purposes, for also dealing with what we are all concerned about, disinformation, research on disinformation, which is one of the biggest threats to democracy, particularly as it relates to elections. taking into consideration that I'm told that this year, more than 90 countries globally are going to be holding elections, and disinformation and misinformation, as we know, is a threat to our democracy. So researchers want these intermediaries to make that information available for research purposes. And also you find that even startup NGOs, startup organizations also want that information for business purposes. And these intermediaries, as we know, have collected a lot of information over the years. So, and that is where, and as you know, that in other countries, in Europe, for instance, if I am correct, I'm told that there's already a code of conduct in that respect where this information has to be made available, subject, of course, to the observance of privacy. So with us, and in Africa, this debate is starting, but an organization such as mine that is dealing with both privacy and access to information, we are called upon. Not too long ago, there was a conference in Addis Ababa in Ethiopia where this issue was discussed of intermediaries making information accessible for the public good. But you must remember that in that information, there's also personal information. So if an organization like mine participates in those kinds of discussions, we have to ensure that while we promote openness, transparency, access to information, we must ensure that that is done in a way that also protects privacy and data, as if the information includes personal information. So we find that all the time we have to do that balancing act, and sometimes it's quite difficult.
Thank you very much for sharing your perspective. I would want to go back to Hilke perhaps, because you also have such a deep experience in researching data protection law and let's say the foundations of data protection law. We hear that publicly available personal data can be processed for purposes that are absolutely legitimate. And you gave one example with the taxation data. Now we're hearing about research into misinformation and so forth. But when we apply purpose limitation, right? So I was wondering whether you can tell us what are some of the specific targeted protections in the GDPR, in European Union's data protection law. How are we looking at some very specific issues like lawful grounds for processing, giving notice to people? Is notice even effective if we're taking the information out of the internet, out from the public domain? Any comments? I know it's a very generous question, but please.
I'm happy to improvise. It's of course an area where I work on for years, so true. When I heard about public data and personal data and the public good, it reminds me of all discussions we were having with medical research, where there are completely different views on this, whether or not at the end of the day your personal data belongs to you, let's say. So you are supposed to give consent before your data is used for medical research. On the other hand, when you work in research, you note that if you want to bring medical research further, you need personal data, you need to have personal information, also in some cases about patients. This is a discussion which, at least when you talk with specialists in that area, you note how different the feelings are and how emotional the feelings can be. The fact that you as individuals could be able to stop progress of medical research is something which is for some people very difficult to swallow, let's say. Whereas on the other hand, we have, there is the foundation of control, of fairness, etc., the foundation that you as individual should be entitled to have a certain limit of control over your personal information is completely different, an opposite argument, opposite basis. In the end of the day, we always find solutions for anything, and I think there might be situations where consent is not necessarily the basis for all further processing. For instance, if this really can very well further help to improve medical research. But that would not mean that I would say that your personal data is part of the public good as such. To make a philosophical remark. Stating a bit in this area, a recent case we dealt with, not as fundamental as what I just said, but was a case of a website that had scraped data from hospitals, from all the from doctors and other medical professions, scraped this information and made this into a nice website which made it easier to book appointments, etc. They had done this without the consent of the doctors. We got a complaint on this, and then we said, as a medical professional, you may expect that the hospital where you work or the medical institution where you work publishes your specialties and your skills, but not that a third party does it and makes money from this. So there we said, this kind of this website is fully is lawful what they want, but there should be consent. And that was also based on the fact that here the balancing for us was that there is no real need for society to make use of this information. There's always all other ways possible, and as a medical professional, you may expect that you have control of how you have your contacts with patients and how your information is being used. So in that case, we said the right to data protection of the medical professionals prevailed. Just to mention a few things, that's not simply only making money with publicly available data. The other thing is when you use and enhance the quality of this data, for instance, on the basis of data scraping, offering certain services, combining information, etc. And then of course, the story becomes a different one. I don't know if that's an answer to your question. In Europe, we always speak about legitimate interest and the balancing of different interests. We can talk a lot about it, but maybe in the...
It is certainly an answer to the question. I would like to go to Toby. Perhaps you want to add some ideas to this. And then we can look into one specific question that I had for the panel, in fact, which is whether data protection by design, data protection by default, privacy by design can help in any way maintaining this balance when processing personal data that's publicly available.
That is a very good question indeed. One thing that strikes me right now is that we're talking about, okay, so you need to balance data protection with transparency for purposes that are in the public good. But what we are now increasingly seeing is forms of technology that doesn't necessarily serve a specific purpose. Their general purpose, such as generative AI, foundation models, right? And so I think the issue of purpose specification is really key here, because when you essentially scrape these data and say, well, they can be used for anything, but they could also be used for good things, and therefore this is totally above board and it's fine. I think you encounter some fundamental issues, because you could also employ it in ways which are very, very bad for individuals. So, for example, you could use it in order to orchestrate cyber attacks, phishing, social engineering. You could use it for building biometric facial scan databases such as Clearview AI, PMIs. You could use it for identity fraud. You could use it for a number of purposes. And I think that the vaguer your purpose is, the more of an issue you have in terms of legally collecting those data. And I also think that if you have a high level of data protection, if you're being very restrictive in terms of how these data can be used, then people are actually more likely to accept transparency, because then they trust that the data will only be used for purposes that are acceptable, but also, very importantly, purposes that they can reasonably expect. So again, speaking to the unexpected combination of data for use cases that are not really envisaged, I think purpose specification is key here. And it shows how data protection can actually aid transparency, because data protection essentially increases the level of trust. So the data protection and transparency is not always working against each other. They can actually also be mutually beneficial to one another. And then looking at how data protection by design and default can help. You have a number of services that, from a business point of view, seek to increase engagement. They seek to increase social relations. They seek to just get you essentially addicted and hooked to a service. So everything in these services is kind of designed with that in mind. So that is the purpose. The purpose is not really necessarily, I would argue, to maintain that high level of data protection. Instead, data protection is added at a later stage as more of an afterthought. Or, some compliance officer says, hey, there's some legislation in this jurisdiction. Can we do something to displease the regulators? And that is completely the wrong strategy to take, because you can't necessarily fix the issues at that point in time. So, for example, in terms of what you can do to prevent data scraping, so let's say that you're social media, and then you have all of this publicly accessible information that people posted on their profile. If you have data protection by design default in mind, it would perhaps make sense to limit how many profiles a new user can see within the first month, for example. Or you could also have measures in place to monitor, if a certain user accesses 10,000 profiles within a day, okay, an alarm bell should be ringing, because that is not normal user behavior, and that is not necessarily user behavior that we want to see. It is suggestive of, bot behavior, for example. You could look at who is accessing the service. Is a large number of requests being made from a certain group of IP addresses? Well, that is also indicative of bot behavior. So from that point of view, if you have data protection in mind when designing the service, you could actually implement measures that can deter and detect these kinds of things. And it is so much easier to do that on that level than to respond afterwards and say, well, now we have this massive PR scandal where data originating from our platform is being traded on the dark web, or where we need to engage in litigation against websites that have scraped our data. That would just try to kind of, let's say, fix the damages caused by the fire rather than to actually prevent a fire from starting in the first place.
Thank you for sharing this view, but particularly for bringing in very concrete examples and possible measures. That's really appreciated. President Commissioner Ibarra, would you want to weigh in on the question of privacy by design, measures that would be helpful to be implemented to protect publicly available personal data?
Gracias. Desde luego que sí. Me rescato dos conceptos importantes que se acaban de mencionar. Uno que tiene que ver con la prevención, y creo que los temas que estamos hablando sobre sistemas del ciclo de vida de los datos personales tienen que advertir no solamente el contexto, la finalidad y el objetivo para el uso de los datos personales, la naturaleza, los fines del tratamiento de los mismos. Y ahí es donde entra también esa prevención que es necesaria en esta etapa del diseño, de la privacidad por diseño. Rescato también lo que ya refieren de la confianza, porque por un lado, en efecto, se trata de que la información que se abre al público la información que se recaba a partir de datos personales para ayudar en investigaciones médicas, en investigaciones científicas, sea fidedigna, pero al mismo tiempo pueda contener aquella precisión en los datos que puedan llevar a resolver un asunto o a proponer alguna acción específica. Creo que es importante y lo trabajamos en los institutos que tenemos esa misión de proteger datos personales y al mismo tiempo de impulsar la transparencia, no solamente de aplicar el marco normativo vigente, sino también de trabajar sobre distintas medidas con un fin preventivo para evitar el uso indiscriminado, y ya se mencionaba justamente. El diseño que se debe de trabajar tiene que ver con la minimización de aquellos datos, es decir, la reducción en la extensión del tratamiento de los datos personales, limitar también los plazos quizá para los cuales están expuestos o la conservación y accesibilidad de los mismos, el consentimiento informado del cual también ya hemos hecho referencia, pero consideramos también que conviene hablar de una evaluación del impacto, es decir, aquello que permite analizar cuando se pone al público bases de datos, qué impacto puede tener esa información que se está, digamos, abriendo hacia el público. Y en esto tenemos que considerar un principio que es el deber de seguridad, también que deben de estar considerados por las acciones para que se puedan adoptar las medidas técnicas, no solamente de control, sino eventualmente, por supuesto, de prevención y ya en un caso extremo, pues un control de daños, porque creo que no hemos hablado de eso. ¿Qué pasa cuando se exponen las grandes bases de datos sin consentimiento y que éstas no tienen un fin específico, sino que más bien ese uso puede ser irregular o puede afectar a terceros? Creo finalmente que es importante que hoy enfoquemos también nuestras agencias en impulsar esquemas de privacidad por diseño y seguir esos sistemas y procedimientos tanto normativos como preventivos que puedan evitar que cuando se traspasan esas bases de datos fuera de la región, fuera del país, también estén instrumentadas las medidas de seguridad necesarias para evitar la dispersión de los mismos.
Thank you very much for highlighting the importance of a precautionary approach and for bringing in the topic of an impact assessment that can be done before particular databases are made public or are made available to the public. Commissioner Tlakula, would you want to add your thoughts about specific measures that organizations can take to prevent perhaps data scraping, or to, if there are specific privacy by design measures that you would see useful in these cases?
Yes, I think so. I think also, if you look at situations like ours, where the legislation is outdated, I mean, it was adopted in 2013, and it has been, I mean, if you look at AI regulation and you look at our legislation, it's probably no longer fit for purpose. But I don't think we can then sit back and say we're waiting for the legislatures to amend the legislation before we deal with innovations like AI. And I think, in my view, that's where privacy by design probably can, apply as a stopgap measure, so that any design that is, any innovation or any design should have privacy embedded in it. That's the first thing to say. And also what my sister here has said, to say the second thing is to ensure that a privacy impact assessment is also conducted before any design is actually done and before it is even rolled out, and to apply other principles of data protection to ensure that principles of minimality, are also applied, that you don't process more information than you need. Issues of accountability are also taken into consideration. So I'm saying that in the meantime, because I was listening to the discussion before this, the panel before this one, to say our laws are outdated, most of us, but let's use the principles that are there to deal with innovations such as AI, as we're waiting for lawmakers to amend the laws.
Thank you very much for that contribution, which highlights just how many common features the legal regimes we have been talking about have when looking at these issues. Everyone mentioned data minimization, everyone mentioned impact assessments, purpose limitation principles to be applied. And we are looking at countries and jurisdictions literally from all around the world. Before we're opening it up for questions, Jules, do you want to round up with a comment or a reflection after the conversation?
Well, I feel that the people in this audience are saying, okay, is your conclusion that the current large language models that are getting all this attention and creating this big revolution, many of which were trained on all the data on the internet, need to be banned or shut down or assessed in a way that fails the restrictions that were in place? And so that may be a challenge for some of the regulators to specifically answer, because they've got investigations or cases and so forth. But if I was going through the thinking, I would be saying a few things, right? I would say, well, did they actually seek to avoid personal information in terms of, lists and databases and so forth? And I know a number of them have said that, yes, they've if they came across or come across, lists of names, this is not what the language model is trying to learn. Okay. Clearly, there's still a lot of personal information in a blog text on Reddit and Wikipedia and so on and so forth. So then the second thing I think that they would argue was, well, we may have learned by reading this data, but our model actually doesn't have personal information in the model. We have scores and we have, alignments. And yes, we can create personal information, and we should have all the rules around that, but our model itself doesn't contain personal information. I'm still trying to get my head a little bit around it. I have a globally unique name, for better or worse, Jules Palanetsky, and so somewhere in the language systems of the world is some statistical correlation that when Jules and Palanetsky appear, well, they're often together if you type them in, and privacy or data protection is highly correlated, with it. And this knowledge, is this knowledge, leaving aside maybe public figure or not, right? Let's assume it's, the obscure Jules Palanetsky. Is the model containing personal information? My understanding is that the LLM companies say, no, it's knowledge about words, right? It's proper names, it's proper nouns, it's R, it's the, it's biology, it's Palanetsky. There's a lot of Palanetskys. And so I think it creates this interesting intellectual question about what is personal data, because it's, I always assumed a model is just, code, but here you have a score for every word in the universe. Their legal view is not, and perhaps, regulators will engage, with this. So I think we're taking little steps. I think we also heard that assuming personal information is processed, it matters what the purpose is. And obviously, a search engine can be used for a lot of things. It's pretty general, but these seem to be used for everything and anything. So somebody could make some assessment as to whether or not processing for advancing technology in this magic way is sort of a general public, good that falls in a legitimate interest, even though it can be applied in so many different ways. So that's my little sort of snapshot on where it stands today, which is likely we aren't going to see a regulator opine that the general use technology, if trained in the way that has described, needs to be shut down. Maybe one bold, one would, but it certainly would create lots of earth-shattering repercussions. And I suspect the focus then will be on the issues we talked about, applying the restrictions around what is output, indeed being sure that the data was legally collected, not from stolen data, maybe open source data and restrictions around that, maybe restrictions around data that shouldn't have been scraped because the people were told, hey, your data might be public, but it's really only so people can, communicate with you, not so that it can be used in other purposes.
Well, aren't we lucky because we have a number of regulators here that we can just put on the spot. No, I'm joking. I actually looked at Toby and he wanted to respond to one of your points. So I'm not putting him on the spot. Don't worry if we invite you for a panel.
No, I think Jules did an excellent job at really explaining what the core issue here is. And it kind of asked the question, didn't you, Jules? Will regulators say that, no, the model contains personal data and it needs to be deleted and it needs to start anew? Obviously, we don't have right now a clear stance on this, but I think there are 3 words that are very important here, and those 3 words are model inversion attacks, where you have kind of seen that you can, to a certain extent, regenerate the training data that the model was trained on, right? So that does signify that even though personal data is not stored in a form that we recognize, it is not necessarily the case that the model itself does not contain personal data. And what if those personal data were incorrect? What if they were unlawfully collected? A regulator might still say, okay, you need to do whatever is necessary to rectify or delete those data. And if you have then obviously made a design choice whereby, well, you can't do that without completely scrapping the model, I don't think it could be ruled out that someone could be asked to completely scrap their model, right? And obviously, yes, there would be repercussions to this, but I think that right now, a lot of companies are just trying to be first, just trying to get their model out there, trying to get people addicted to the technology, because the longer we use the technology, the less inclined we will be to kind of say, okay, we can live without it for a period of time. But I think that the jury is very much still out on this. And from our point of view, we're not ruling anything out. I'm not saying that we would take such a drastic measure, but we're certainly not ruling it out. And just signifies how important it is to actually think before you scrape and not scrape and then think.
Think before you scrape, yeah.
We are giving here fair opportunity. So if any one of the panelists would want to respond to any of these points, I'm very happy to give you the floor. Or we can go to questions from the public.
I mean, I'm not responding as such. I'm just this issue of data scraping, depending on what you use the information for. If it's a researcher researching for disinformation, my point really is that unless these intermediaries make information accessible to researchers, for instance, for people who want to look at disinformation, data scraping will happen. Or those researchers who want to deal with disinformation, I'm using that because I think disinformation is the biggest threat to our democracy. I have to repeat this and underline it. These data scrapers, if I can call them that, they will go to brokers to get the information. So we need to solve that problem to ensure that these intermediaries make the data available, provided it's publicly available and provided it does not include personal information, or if it does, privacy, they have to ensure that the privacy principles apply to protect personal information. It looks to me that that is what is new going forward from where I come from. Maybe in other parts of the world, these issues have been dealt with.
But that's why your voice is so important, and this is why we wanted to include your voice in the panel, because we want to discuss all of these very specific issues around the world.
I'm not so sure that the issues you mention are so specific only for your region. I think it's very wise what you say and very thoughtful. When I think about this area, it always comes to me about, back to what Toby already said, to purpose limitation or maybe processing for the public good. And there, I think the main question remains and will never be solved. What is the public good? What is in the public good? Maybe we can ask for a nice policy paper of FPF on this. Definitely, I would like to do that. But in the end of the day, we always end up on this discussion. But what is the public good? It depends from day to day, from area to area. Today I had a discussion on the use of children's data, where the question was whether or not parents should have control over the processing over the access by their teenagers. Well, those questions we don't even have an answer on. So the question remains: what is the public good? That doesn't help very much, but I hope the policy paper by FPF will. Secondly, last point I would like to make is one thing we should always keep in mind, and that we should not put public access to and privacy as a dichotomy. They are not two opposite things. They can strengthen each other, provided that we use all the tools which are there, like Toby already nicely pointed out, the impact assessment, etc., etc. That's what I would say.
Thank you so much.
Gracias. Bueno, si me permiten, yo también coincido que no debemos de hacer, digamos, mirar la información pública, lo que buscamos de la transparencia del trabajo en el sector público versus la información que se da a partir de las bases de datos personales que manejan las instituciones públicas. Naturalmente hay un interés legítimo y genuino para crear políticas públicas que se basen en información fidedigna y donde se puede encontrar esa vía para un tratamiento adecuado en el manejo de los datos que se recaban de la población en general. No obstante, sí, ese modelo de apertura de la información no puede dejar de lado el respeto a otro derecho humano, que es el de proteger los datos personales de la población. Y es ahí donde, envueltos en ese mar de desinformación que ya refería nuestra amiga, es donde tenemos que encontrar cuáles son las mejores estrategias tecnológicas también, no solamente el marco legal y normativo que se establece en nuestras regiones, sino la forma en que tiene que haber, digamos, un blindaje específico en aquello que traspasa esa línea de lo público y lo privado. Yo creo que hay muchos retos por delante porque va más rápida la tecnología, los avances que vivimos y la inteligencia artificial, como también está invadiendo ese espacio de acción personal, interno, privado, y donde quedan entonces también otros principios de integridad, de ética en el manejo de los datos, en las nuevas tecnologías y en aquello que ciertamente tiene un fin político, comercial, económico, que no necesariamente va de la mano con lo que requiere una sociedad en general. Entonces, hay que analizar cuál es el bien público, cuál es el bien social, cuál es el beneficio directo para la población y establecer aquellos mecanismos normativos, pero también aquellos sistemas electrónicos que blinden el espacio privado de la gente.
Thank you so much for that comment. That rounds up our conversation quite well and outlines the complexity of thinking about these issues, both with organizational technical measures, not only solutions that we find in the legislation. So thank you for that. Now we do have time for a couple of questions, if there are questions in the public. And yes, I see questions. I'm very excited about that. There are many questions. Yeah, thank you. And if you could just introduce introduce yourself before the question?
Sure. Ben Rapp from Securus. This is directed, and I'm very grateful that you're here, to Ms. Glacula. We have a big practice across Southern Africa, and one of the things that we find difficult is reconciling the inclusion in personal data, in POPIA, of data relating to juristic persons. So when we think about balancing the public interest against privacy rights, how do you reconcile that when we're talking about information on companies and associations and clubs and things like that, rather than people?
I'm laughing because we are grappling with that protection of personal information of juristic persons. And no, I just want to be upfront that not being the lawmaker, I'm not sure what informed that, but to be just upfront with you is that that matter we are still grappling with, and we have not even come to it yet as a new organization.
Thank you.
I think for the benefit of those who are not from South Africa, who are not familiar with our legal framework, our law protects personal information held by also personal information of juristic persons, which is companies, which is unique, I think, in many respects.
I see someone in the back, the lady in the back, because I saw when. And that's
All right,
Teki.
thank you. My name is Teki Akwete. I'm coming from the Africa Digital Rights Hub. So very, very interesting discussions. But I have a peculiar question. Where data protection laws typically justify indirect collection of personal data, where that data has been made publicly available. And then also in some contexts in the laws, particularly with some of the jurisdictions across Africa, you have also further justification as compatible with the purpose for collection where data has been made publicly available. So how do we then juxtapose a lot of these, or situate a lot of these discussions within that context? Because I'm sitting back, and at some point I'm thinking, is scraping then somehow justified under data protection laws? And if it is, I see some level of unfairness from the discussions coming up. So how would we really look at the issues of indirect collection where personal data has been made publicly available, and then also further processing which is justified as compatible with the purpose where personal data has been made public?
Does anyone from the panel want to get a stab at an answer? I saw. You want? Okay.
Well, this problem of compatible further use, but basically what you mentioned is a problem which is one of the most problematic issues of European data protection law as well. So in that case, Africa is not different than Europe. When you talk about data scraping, for instance, and you can say maybe that's not compatible, but there's an emphasis should be always made to the fact that when you process personal data, you should comply with all the requirements for personal data processing. For instance, and that's an important notion you mentioned as well, is fairness. So fairness is always when you assess data processing, when you assess cases, it's one of the main elements we always have to keep in mind. So I think when you come to data scraping, I will not say in general that it's unfair, but under certain circumstances, I definitely would say that it's unfair. Maybe that's an answer to your question. In any case, it's not so different than it is in Europe, so you can also look at all the scholarship under the GDPR, for instance. and other areas of the world as well, by the way.
Thank you for that answer. Pat, did you have a question? And we'll collect Stuart's question.
So it's more for Toby, really. Toby, I think you said that platforms, websites have an obligation to take measures to detect and prevent data scraping. So I just wonder what your thoughts are on, just a few days ago, there was another service that was in the press that's designed to detect and prevent data scraping, but not only to detect and prevent it, but to poison the data that the scrapers are collecting. So that involves personal data. What would be your thoughts on that in terms of the poisoning of personal data that data scrapers are seeking to harvest?
Well, I would say that there's an issue here depending on how the data is being poisoned, because this could lead to the generation of incorrect personal data. Let's say that my data is being scraped, and then someone says, no, we're going to poison those data, so it says something completely wrong about Toby. But when those data then used against me at a later point in time, then I certainly have an issue kind of defending myself against those poisoned data being used against me. So I don't think that is necessarily an ideal solution in all cases. But if you're talking about not necessarily poisoning, but a way to make the data not being identifiable, then that could certainly be a way to move forward. So it kind of depends on what specific techniques you use in that regard. That is my initial reaction.
Thank you for that. Stuart?
Stuart Dresden from Privacy Laws of Business, thank you. I just make one point about legal persons, where the original first generation data protection laws, I think three countries or so covered legal persons, but then when they were revised, they dropped, I think Italy, Switzerland, Austria, I think. But when the laws were revised, they dropped the legal person coverage. Anyway, that's one point. That wasn't my main question, that's just observation. My main thing is about the data for good. I'm glad Hilke brought out that point. And it also refers back to the previous session. The lawyer for AI, ChatGPT AI, said that the company was set up to do data for good, and all the large learning models was intended to do good for the world. So my question is for the regulators, if there was a certain data scraping example which was done by a company which was intending to do things for good, like helping children read or something like that, how would you treat it differently from data scraping for a company which was trying to sell porn or do something terrible? So in other words, is the context important when regulators look at the same activity? Is that question clear for the regulators? Yeah, okay, thank you.
Who would want to start an answer?
I'll just note that there is a woman considered quite a hero, a student, now professor, named Laura Adelson, who was scraping Facebook against their objections to do research to try to prove, misinformation or other problems on Facebook. And so then Facebook, blocked her and said, she was violating their rules. She wasn't doing it properly, and it became quite a, a celebrated case. But she had lots of support because people thought that what she was doing was, quite meritorious. But it was scraping against the platform's intentions, for a good cause.
So does context matter? How do you?
I think context always matters. It always matters when you have to decide on cases. Context always matters, and the purpose for which you do certain activities always matter. But I don't say that allows data scraping in certain circumstances. I cannot give, on this respect, I think I have to disappoint you. I cannot give a general theoretic answer on data scraping. But of course, context matters, and of course there are situations, like the situation mentioned by Jules, where some activities are completely justifiable. But the general answer, whether or not data scraping as such is a forbidden activity, I cannot give you. I will not give you.
Do you want to add something?
Yeah, just add. So at least under European data protection law, if you don't want to gain an individual consent in order to get their data, or it's not mandated by some legislation that you're subject to, then essentially you would need to balance the interest at stake. What is the company's interest, and what is the interest of the data subject, right? And in Europe, the regulators have held, actually for a very long time, even before the current legislation, that the nature of the interest of the company will actually play a major role. And as an example, regulators have said in the guidelines that if the interest is of, let's say, a public good, if it is something that benefits society as a whole, if it benefits, certain groups in society, if it is actually even validated by legislation, then those purposes will actually be quite compelling when you balance these interests. So for sure, I think there are use cases that could be acceptable. And disinformation, perhaps, there are certain use cases. So I certainly wouldn't rule that out. And indeed, the question was very good, because I think that nature, but also the origin of the interests do play a substantive role.
Thank you very much.
I think I want to go back to Teki's question about further processing.
Please.
Just in terms of how it applies in the South African law, because further processing will not be incompatible if the information is in the public record or it's been deliberately made accessible by the data subject. And the test there in South Africa, which we are still grappling with, because the question is, what does making the record accessible in the public domain, what does that mean? What if you have to pay a fee to access that record? What if you have to create a password to access that record? Can you say that it is available, it is accessible in the public domain? I think those are the questions. And deliberately made public by the data subject. People think that there is a view that information on the internet, you have deliberately made it public. But the question is, if I put my photos on Facebook and they are only available to my friends, have I made it deliberately accessible to the public? And also, if I come to this conference and somebody takes my photo without my permission, and they put that photo on the website of the conference, have I made my personal information deliberately accessible? Who bears the onus? I think the onus is on the responsible party or the controller. Those are some of the issues that we're grappling with, I think, in our jurisdiction.
Thank you very much. I think that I am extraordinarily grateful for all of your time. Thank you so much for being here at the truly last panel of the day. I see there were a couple of other questions, but we are very happy to engage directly with you just as we close this session. Thank you so much to our distinguished speakers, and thank you for being with us at this late hour.
Thank you, Gabriela.
Quite a challenging, important topic.
Sunshine, she's here.